You are in tune with the nation's stations, ABS TV Channel 10, the GIS, and ABS Radio 90.5 FM. Proudly serving you, reaching more and more people every day. ABS is your election headquarters with comprehensive coverage as Antigua Barbuda votes 2018. Stay tuned on TV, on radio, and online. Hello, good evening, and a warm welcome to ABS Television, ABS Radio, and ABS Online. This is a monumentous day in the history of Antigua and Barbuda and in the annals of the country's history. It's election day here, the 15th general elections. The polls have now closed. They closed over 2 hours ago. Counting is now on the way, and in some constituencies, the first boxes have been counted. We have already given you some of the numbers, the preliminary numbers on that, and we'll be with you throughout the entire night to give you all the very latest. I'm Garfield Burford. We have an expansive, extensive, and comprehensive coverage to share with you tonight. Let me start with our panelists, and we have a wide range of erudite panelists to talk to you tonight as we weigh in on the numbers, as we assess the figures, as we look at the context and the background and the analysis. We have the most powerful lineup of panelists you will ever find in the media at this point. Well, to my immediate left, let me start with the gentleman who is well known in the most powerful erudite circles. Let me have him introduce himself and tell us a little bit about himself.
I'm Bertrand Joseph. I'm originally from the village of Jennings. I represented the United Progressive Party as a candidate from 1994 to 2009. I was a lecturer at the Antigua State College, the UWI undergraduate program, and I've taught history and mathematics at the Christ King High School, Jennings Secondary School, and Princess Margaret School. Excellent. All right, welcome. And we certainly look forward to him weighing in, Mr. Joseph weighing in. And to my immediate right.
Hi, I'm Eli Fuller. I'm pretty much unqualified to be here, but I'm a regular guy. I have a tourism company. I rode across the Atlantic with Team Antigua, and I've been blogging since 2007, and a lot of it to do with politics. So I'm interested to be here.
The most modest guy you'll ever find. He says that he's unqualified to be here, and we say absolutely not so. He's just being modest. But before we go into some more of the numbers, I'm going to be taking you to another eminent face and voice across the region, not just here in Antigua and Barbuda, but across the region. Peter Wickham, I'm going to be joining him right now to go on our smart board, and we're going to be analyzing and crunching some numbers. We're going to be doing that right now. Peter Wickham is our guest pollster and pollster extraordinaire, a political commentator. He joins us on the smart board. Peter, welcome to our broadcast. Really appreciate you being with us. Again, you were here with us this morning.
Good to be with you.
All right, we're going to be going now to our smart board to look at some of the figures that we have. All right, so this is it. So it's a blank slate as it is now. No seats declared yet. Counting has only just begun. So it's a gray slate. So no colors gone on yet. These are the colors which will populate on the map when we can safely say we can declare those seats. But let's remind our audience of some of the context from 2014. So let's go to what the map looked like in 2014. So talk to us about that, Peter.
Yeah, well, 2014 was the change of government year, high voter turnout. You had like a 90% voter turnout, which I thought was fairly impressive. As the lay of the land demonstrates here, you end up with a situation where the UPP has 3 seats, and the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party took the other 14. Sorry. Yeah, so 14-3, that's the lay of the land. Some of these seats are somewhat more marginal, especially the slightly more urban seats. Barbuda, special case, 1-by-1 vote majority. That's one that we'll be watching tonight with great interest.
All right, so the Barbuda is what we'll be talking about later on. So, as we said, one of these seats, Peter, that is All Saints Eastern St. Luke won on a UPP ticket in 2014. Yep. But, well, pretty much things have gone differently in 2018 because Joan Messiah, who was the incumbent then, went independent. She was booted from the UPP, formed her own party, and is now running as the leader of the Democratic National Alliance, the DNA.
Yeah, it's an interesting scenario this time because you have 3 seats which were won by the UPP. And it's almost unprecedented where you have 3 seats, and in none of those 3 seats do you have the same candidate running back. So I would think that this has been a major destabilizing force on the UPP. While the ABLP is running several of the old candidates again, the known faces, you have a situation where these 3 seats are compromised in that way. So All Saints East and St. Luke, of course, Joanne Messiah goes. That compromises the UPP support substantially there. Even if she takes substantial support from the UPP, she will still need to get support from the ABLP to win. That seems somewhat unlikely. So you're looking at a scenario in there where it's a typical split vote situation, where the split vote is more or less likely to hand it to the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party, assuming that she gets the type of voter turnout. In St. Philip's South, we had a retiring member of parliament, and in Rural West, we also had a retiring prime minister. So I think that that's a significant blow to both of those seats.
Well, just in this one, just to be clear, Peter, in St. Philip's South, it's a member of parliament who would have gone to another constituency. This is Wilmot Daniel, who went to go up against Prime Minister Brown in the constituency of St. John City West.
Agreed. Well, I assume that we say that he's retiring, but I use probably the language a bit too optimistically. The assumption is that he has retired, and he perhaps has gone elsewhere just to give the guys a hand, but for all intents and purposes, I assume that he's a retiring politician. But we have a change of candidate nonetheless, and yes, that does destabilize that seat.
All right, let's go on to a few, just a very quick lineup. We're going to be giving you those numbers very shortly about the current statistics. We're just kind of laying the foundation now from 2014. Quickly, Peter, St. John City West in 2014. These are the 2014 results.
Yeah, St. John City West was a seat won by the Prime Minister. It was an improved majority over the previous time. Colin Derrick would have been, this is the 3rd time running in that seat unsuccessfully, so they've now changed the candidate. This is one that I think we assume is not going to change hands on this occasion.
So Peter Wickham is suggesting and is predicting that City West will stay with the ABLP. What about City East?
City East, to me, is the one seat that we're all watching with great interest. I think that is more or less the contest of the election, to see whether Harold Lovell will be able to retain his support. I don't think it is one that we can call easily. Certainly, it's a very, very slim margin. Harold Lovell should be able to improve his majority based on the fact that last time around he ran as not the leading candidate. This time he's running as a potential prime minister, so he should be able to. If he does not improve his majority here and move from 46 to 50% at least, I think that we can assume that the UPP has not had a good night tonight.
All right, we will certainly see. The first box certainly has come in. We've given you the numbers, preliminary numbers on that. We'll get back to that shortly. What about St. John City South?
St. John City South, a seat that we assume that whenever we are in the 60% margin, one assumes that it is a relatively safe seat. No changes expected here. Cutie Benjamin is a seasoned campaigner. In this instance, he's running against.
Well, in this instance, in 2014, he was
running against Mervyn Richards, right?
Yes.
And I'm saying the assumption is that if he was able to do well against Mervyn Richards, the same situation should continue now. But this is a relatively safe seat.
This is a different seat. He's running against the UPPs. Yeah. He's running against the UPPs. Burton in this particular case. So let's see what happens there. St. John's Rural West.
Yeah, another interesting seat. This is one of the UPP seats, Baldwin Spencer, former Prime Minister. My assumption here is that there will be a swing away from the UPP in this instance, largely because the Prime Minister usually carries considerable coattails. If in this instance the Prime Minister struggles, one assumes that if the ABLP has a good night, they should be able to take this one on this occasion.
Baldwin Spencer ran in this seat last election, but he's no longer on the ballot here. This is a new UPP contestant on this one. Let's see what happens there. Londell Benjamin still going up against in that seat. St. John's Rural South?
St. John's Rural South, and we have Bearbird III here in as well, just for good measure. It is Eustace Lake, the ABLP 15%. It's almost a safe seat. It's not 59%. Again, we're not expecting major changes here. This is a substantial hill that the UPP will need to climb with a new candidate on this occasion, and unless we have a swing in excess of 10%, we're not going to see any changes here.
All right, reminding you that we're looking at 2014 figures just to give you some context, of course. Eustace Lake no longer on the ballot there. It is actually a new candidate for the ABLP, Darrell Matthew, running in that one, in this one. So we're going to be giving you some numbers. Actually, numbers are actually coming up. Let's look at some of the numbers that are coming up there so that we can tell you from St. John's City West. And by the way, as we're giving you some context now, we can give you a bit of analysis on the numbers that are just coming in. Okay, so let's let's look at the figures as they are in terms of St. John's City West. And as you're seeing on your screen, this is, of course, Prime Minister the Honorable Gaston Brown facing a challenge from the UPP's Wilmot Daniel. The first box having been counted, this one from A, one of 10 boxes. Prime Minister Gaston Brown 156, Wilmot Daniel 54, Kimmel Richards with 1 so far. So, as I said, St. John's City West, one of the interesting seats. Of course, this is where Wilmot Daniel would have gone from St. Philip South in the last election in 2014, as we mentioned, Peter. And now it is a situation where he's going up against Prime Minister Brown. First box, 1 of 10, Prime Minister Brown 156 there. Let's go on to St. John's City East, one that you said was an interesting one to watch. 1 of 7, and this is, so far, Melford Nicholas, 87, Harold Lovell 112, Bruce Goodwin with 2. So earlier, of course, we would have showed you that the first box. I'm sure that we actually showed you the first box, which Melford Nicholas actually won on the first box. And so now it's the second box in which Harold Lovell has actually managed to win that box, the second box. So, all right, so that's one on St. John's City East. So some of the numbers coming in, these are, as I said, fresh numbers. What about Barbuda? Arthur Nibbs, 98. This is box 1 of 4, 98. Trevor Walker, 166. Ralph Francis, 1. Primrose Thomas, 2. So this is where we are now with Barbuda. So Trevor Walker of the Barbuda People's Movement winning that box, 166 over 98 for Arthur Nibbs. So, still early goings yet in that one, still 1 of 4, 7 spoiled ballots in that one so far. All right, so some of the numbers that are coming in early figures coming in for now, but let's not go very quickly about 2014. This is 2014, we're just setting the context, Peter, so that's St. John's Rural South. What about St. John's Rural North now?
Yeah, Max Fernandez on 60%, and again, we're looking at a relatively safe seat, no changes expected here. This is a gentleman who's a seasoned campaigner. He's back in again, and one assumes that he will be able to retain his seat on this occasion.
This time he's going up against the UPP's Dr. McChesney Emmanuel in that one. Actually, 4 candidates in this particular one, and Nigel Basque is still one of the candidates there. The DNA having Louis Rivera in St. John's Rural North. What about St. John's Rural East?
This is an exciting one. This is one that we polled. This is the seat that is being run. The new ABLP candidate is the Prime Minister's wife. Of course, this is something that everyone knows quite well. It was trending well towards a safe seat. Lester Bird did a comeback from the 2000 and the 2012 situation, 2014 situation, and he was improving considerably on that year. He's gone now, and we assume that the incoming representative will actually improve the ABLP's standings in that instance. I think there's a lot of excitement in that one. Our polling shows that she's likely to win it against the UPP's candidate.
All right, what about St. Mary's North, as we move quickly from 2014? 2014 figures again, as we said, just giving you context.
This is still part of the stronghold. Candidate who is returning, Malvin Joseph, seasoned campaigner, he's coming back again, running against the UPP. A pretty steep hill to climb, more than 40% that the UPP had in the last election. They would need to have a double-digit swing. Again, it doesn't seem quite likely. All right,
give me your figures as we pretty much take a break from our figures here. So we go black on 2014, and give me your figures now in terms of what are you predicting for this election.
Yeah, well, I mean, in terms of numbers, it's difficult. I think the one thing that caught me by surprise is the low voter turnout. And the question will be, how do we interpret the low voter turnout? Does it mean that Antiguans are not interested in voting for the UPP, and that's the reason why their supporters didn't come out? Or is it a level of voter apathy across the board, and how does that impact? I think it's probably best that we wait to see how that happens at the end of the night. But all things being equal, we're looking at a situation, certainly in terms of our polling, that would have suggested that the status quo should hold in relation to the seats that the ALP currently has, the ABLP currently has. And then the conversation in the 3 seats that it doesn't have will be one that is somewhat more complicated.
Okay, let's go on to fresh numbers now, Peter. So this is where we are now. 215 for Melford Nicholas, 199 for Harold Lovell, Bruce Goodwin, 6 so far. This is 2 of 7, spoiled ballots 4. So this is box 2 of 7. Let's be clear, this is one that's being watched very closely, Peter. As I said, this is a bellwether seat. In fact, this constituency has voted with a winning party for the last, certainly as long as we can remember in terms of tracking the numbers. 215 Melford Nicholas is the incumbent in that seat. Harold Lovell, the UPP leader, and challenging for that seat. And with 199, Bruce Goodwin of the DNA with 6. So significant. So that's the overall figure so far. With 2 boxes counted, overall, Melford Nicholas is leading Harold Lovell by a small margin, 16 votes. Bruce Goodwin way back in the rear with 6 boxes 2 of 7, so 2 boxes of 7 with 4 spoiled ballots. As I said, Melford Nicholas with a lead there of.
The other interesting thing about that seat is that it is a very small constituency. So I think that an early lead is indicative in that instance. It was also a very narrowly won constituency. So we're expecting, as you said, a close and nail-biting finish. But a lead early on certainly helps the level of confidence that the victor will be able to hold.
All right, Peter will be going over to the other side of our set now as we look, and as Peter makes his way over to the other side of the set, let's give you some more figures. Alejandro Robinson will be giving you some more figures from that. Alejandro will be our results a guru tonight. But let's look at St. John's Rural North. Max Fernandez, the ABLP's Charles Max Fernandez, 182. This is one of 10 boxes, 182. Dr. McChesney Emmanuel, 86. Louis Rivera of the DNA with 7. Nigel Bascos of the Missing Link Voice of the People with 1. This is the first of 10 boxes, no spoiled ballots. So the constituents there are doing a good job in terms of marking their X's. So the ABLP's incumbent, Charles Fernandez, holding on their significant lead over Dr. McChesney Emmanuel there. I'm going to be going over while you're looking at those results, while Alejandro will be looking at the figures. I can now be joined by my guests, while Alejandro will continue to tell you about some of the figures. All right, gentlemen, we're saying a warm welcome to you. Welcome. Thanks so much for staying with us. Let me start again with an examination of the numbers that we've seen so far. Let me hear from Mr. Joseph. What do you think about the numbers we've seen so far?
I don't quite remember the numbers, but I see already in Rural East that the UPP candidate is trailing there. I would expect that seat would go to, without seeing the other results, I would expect that seat would go to the Antigua Labour Party.
All right.
I would want to know where specifically the second box from City East came from before I can comment on that.
Interesting. All right. So we're going to be telling you more. We're going to be going in depth on those boxes. Of course, in a very short time, we'll tell you much more details on that. Eli, what do you make of the numbers that you've seen so far?
I mean, it's interesting. I think I'm interested to see the results from Barbuda. I spent a lot of time there, and you know, it looks kind of like what I was expecting from judging from what people are saying just online alone. A lot of Barbudans on Facebook, surprisingly, you know, like because they're so scattered all over the place right now. I mean, that's the one area that they can communicate together as a group. And on Facebook, it seems like it's reflecting what they're saying so far.
Okay, in early days.
Yeah.
Peter, early days so far, what can you tell us about the numbers so far?
No, I'm interested in the City East seat, which is the Mr. Harold Lovell
and Melford Nicholas.
Yeah, because that seat is small.
Second box.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a small seat.
And by the way, in terms of looking at where the boxes came from City East, we're looking at District B in St. John's City East. Just to be clear, Alejandro. Okay, that's G to J-E in City East.
The boxes have changed slightly, but you can make some assumptions based on the last returns. So if I can get the second results themselves, the raw figures, then I'll be able to make some comment with respect to City East. It would appear to me it might be the box in which Mr. Lovell was strongest. Perhaps his strongest performance last, even though the box has changed slightly, that is the general area where he would be strongest in that constituency.
Yes, interesting. So it's important to look at where those boxes are coming from.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So we're going to be giving you some more analysis on that. Peter, does it accord with what you polled?
Certainly. Well, I mean, it does, but in a greater sense, I think it is, as you said, it's a bellwether. It's a clear indicator of where we're going. So my sense is that we're looking at that seat to see where that goes. If Melford Nicholas can defeat Harold Lovell, I think that it doesn't say anything good for the UPP on this occasion. My feeling is that the UPP should perform best in that seat because that's the person that's leading them. If they're not able to perform well in that seat, then it doesn't say good things for the seats that it has to recapture, because bear in mind, the other ones, as I said, the hill that you're looking to climb is significantly greater. You're looking at double-digit swings, while in that one, the swing that was needed was probably 1 or 2 percentage points. So if it is that Mr. Lovell is unable to get that, then I think that you're looking at a situation where the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party may actually gain seats in this election. And then we have to look at these three and the conversation. Regarding Barbuda, I'm inclined to agree that we have to separate Barbuda out on this occasion. I was very bold in the last election in predicting what I thought would have happened in Barbuda, and then I realized that they brought me to a Christian understanding regarding the way that Barbudans vote. And it's a strange place to project, and I think it has become even stranger now post-hurricanes. I think we have to leave that to one side and look at what's happening on the mainland and essentially just learn from what Barbudans do tonight.
All right, by the way, just to give you some more information on where those boxes came from City East. So we're looking at box G to JE, box G to JE, and that one, Melford Nicholas polled 87, Harold Lovell 112. That's box G to JE. Now in the box N to MC, Melford Nicholas winning that box handsomely, 128 to Harold Lovell's 87. In box G to JE, so let me give you all those three numbers now. Box G to JE, Melford Nicholas 87, Harold Lovell 112, Bruce Goodwin 2. Box N to MC. My bad, it's actually I to MC. That one is actually 128 for Melford Nicholas, 87 for Harold Lovell, 4 for Bruce Goodwin. So interesting in terms of how that one has panned out. Is this, what do you think now?
Yes, it is holding close there, but I still believe that Melford Nicholas has the momentum in that one. Looking at the other boxes to come, he would stand the better chance going forward from here.
Okay. What do you think, based on traditionally, what are the strongest boxes for both in that case?
The boxes have changed slightly. The letters have changed slightly. So I'm just making certain basic assumptions with respect to that. In the last election, in that particular area, which is in the Princess Margaret School, the boxes were A to B. Melford was strong in that box. It was 113 to 80. Then C to G, he was 158 to 130. Then H to L was where Mr. Lovell was strongest, 125 for Melford, 158 for Harold Lovell. The second box that came in included a portion of that. So that's why you saw Mr. Lovell numbers going up. He would also in S to Z, win by 2 votes. So that's a very tight one there. So I would give Melford, it's pretty close, but I would give Melford the edge as it looks now.
Okay, you think the momentum is with him?
Yes,
with Melford Nicholas, the incumbent. All right, so there you have it. From Mr. Joseph saying the momentum is with the incumbent ABLP's Melford Nicholas over Harold Lovell of the UPP. Harold Lovell, of course, the leader of the UPP, staging a challenge of the incumbent Melford Nicholas, who won in 2014. Do you think you agree that the momentum is with him?
I'm comfortable with that analysis, but what I'm interested in understanding in that one as well, since we have so much data for that one, is what's the voter turnout looking like compared to last year? It's probably too early to come to conclusions, but I think that is also going to be indicative. But I'm comfortable with the analysis that has been given. It seems like it will continue to be a narrow win, but the ability to defeat the leader of a party, I think it always says a lot in relation to what is likely to come from the other candidates.
Eli, in terms of City East.
I think Peter's right. I mean, not only is he the leader of the party, he's one of the most charismatic people in the party. So, you know, I don't think, I think there's a big message if he is beaten.
And also not just charismatic, but a seasoned campaigner. He's been in politics for over 40 years. So he's one of the most senior politicians within the party.
All right, so St. John City East is one to watch. And as we said, our results guru tonight is going to be Alejandra Robinson. She is making sure that you have all the results as they happen. Now, this is why we are your election headquarters. Everything you'll need to know in terms of the results as they come in, real time. Everything you'll need to know in terms of information and analysis of those figures. Let's go back now to City East, Rural East. And we can now tell you that in Rural East, this is 2 of 14 boxes. Maria Brown, 291. Trevor Young of the UPP, 145. And Vincent Cornelius Jr. of the DNA, 41. Of the DNA candidates so far, Cornelius with 41 showing the strongest showing. But the big story from that is that Maria Brown, a significant lead so far over pretty much almost, that's pretty much doubling Trevor Young of the UPP. Gentlemen, let me start with Mr. Joseph. You're looking at the boxes that came in from the last time.
Yes. In those particular boxes, Mrs. Bird is running slightly behind, just slightly. But she is still ahead, and if that trend remains, she will win that constituency quite easily. You can basically call that constituency.
You're calling it already?
Yes, call it.
Okay.
And I'm supporting his call.
Okay, you're calling it. All right, so the gentlemen say, with 2 of 14 boxes, this constituency is all but over and done with by the shouting. They're saying Maria Brown, but of course we are a little bit more conservative, so we will wait a little bit more on the boxes. But these two gentlemen have said it's already gone. St. John's Rural East. That promises to be a humdinger. Let's see what happens. Eli, what do you make of? Do you share their thought that we should call it at this point?
I mean, the numbers don't lie, you know. But I think that what's interesting about Maria Brown is that there was a lot of noise originally. But she showed very quickly that she's not just a pretty face and the wife of the prime minister. She's a good speaker. She's pretty smart. So, I mean, she's obviously gotten some support.
Yes. So double the advantage there with 2 of 14 boxes. Maria Brown advantage. Maria Brown over Trevor Young of the UPP. Vincent Cornelius Jr. 41. And by the way, he said that he would be mounting a strong challenge. Perhaps he said. Partly because of his background and his grounding in that community of St. John's Rural East. What do you make of that?
No, I am surprised with the numbers that Mr. Cornelius is running up as a third-party candidate. And it's going to be interesting to see the number that he actually ends up with. That is a pretty good performance, I think, for third party.
Interesting. If we can go back to St. John's St. John's Rural East from the last election, we just want to give you a sense of what would have happened in the last election, as we said, with St. John's Rural East. That one was, at the time, 2014, Lester Bryant Bird of the ABLP was going up against Leon Errol Court of the UPP, and the result there was 2,144 for Lester Bryant Bird, 1,556 for Leon Errol Court. It meant that Lester Bryant Bird got 58% of the vote and 42% going to Errol Court. So, Maria Brown, you're saying, Peter, on course to pretty much maintain that?
Yeah, I mean, she has two things going for her, which
okay, just before we continue, Peter, let's go back to the results, because in St. John City South, the first results coming in St. John City South for us, 2 of 8, boxes 2 of 8. Steadroy Benjamin, 250. Michael Burton of the UPP, 118. And Kimberly Grant of the DNA, 8. So these are the figures from St. John's City South. 250 for the incumbent ABLP candidate, Steadroy Cutie Benjamin. 118 for Michael Burton of the UPP, and Kimberly Grant of the DNA, polling 8 so far. She hasn't reached the 10 yet who nominated her. Gentlemen.
10 years we
Peter.
nominated her.
We like to nominate.
Yeah, that's telling. Yeah, no, this is one of the seats as well that I am not as excited about the analysis of, because I believe that Kitty Benjamin will take it relatively easily. So for that reason, there is not a lot of the excitement that we attach to some of the other ones that we were discussing earlier.
Bertrand Joseph?
Yes, Mr. Benjamin is a dominant political figure. He's stationed in the constituency. He's well liked. And the numbers are showing up quite well, and he should take that seat comfortably.
All right, so are you calling it this one?
Yes,
you're calling it.
One. Yes.
Okay, you're calling it, Peter?
Yeah, I'm calling it as well.
You're calling it, Eli?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, the panel has agreed. They're calling St. John's City South with just 2 of 8 boxes so far. They're calling it for ABLP's Stedroy Benjamin. They're saying the incumbent stays. So Stedroy Cutie Benjamin in St. John's City South, maintaining his advantage and keeping the seat in the column of the ABLP. So Michael Burton, not a significant challenge, certainly not at this point. He has 6 more boxes. The gentlemen are saying there's no way he can overhaul that lead in the 6 boxes to come. Stedroy Cutie Benjamin, they're saying, is as good as Member of Parliament elect. All right, we'll be standing by for some more numbers. But in terms of the low voter turnout, I want to get from each of you, what did that portend in your view? Let me start with Eli. Low voter turnout today.
Yeah, I mean, I went to an insurance company today, and there were 6 people in that office, and all 6 of them said they were not going to vote. And I was quite surprised to hear that, I've been hearing it from my friends, but yeah, it could be a judgment against both parties, I think. I mean, and people are not passionate about this election like they have been in the past.
Why do you think that is the case?
I think there's a lot of people who are very upset at the opposition. I think that they expected more of a challenge, and so you have supporters of the opposition who just didn't want to come and vote.
Interesting. Let me hear from Peter on that one.
Yeah. No, I'm a bit surprised at it, but in fairness, it's something that I probably should have picked up, because in all of our polling, we were finding that at the constituency level, there was a very high voter non-response in relation to saying that they're not voting. I'm always very careful to assume that means that people won't vote, because my sense is that people always make a decision not to vote on election day. But there was certainly some indication in the vicinity of 30%. And it's interesting that figure seems like that's what's coming back from the constituencies in terms of the voter turnout, that the non-response has been in the vicinity of around 30%. What does this mean? The assumption is that it means that the election did not excite people. Many years ago in the United Kingdom, they had a very low voter turnout, and when they investigated the reasons by asking people who didn't vote why they didn't vote, they said, look, we expected that Tony Blair would have won, and the polls were showing us that he was going to win. There was nothing to excite us or bother us otherwise, and we just didn't vote. So I think that's one of the realities here. The UPP clearly has not been able to inspire people to be excited about the election. And I think the concern early in the day was that we were wondering whether maybe the ABLP didn't inspire people either. But this poll will answer the question of what does it mean to have a low voter turnout. If the voter turnout is low, and it is that the ABLP prevails and does well, it basically will mean that it definitely does support the incumbent. And this was a question that we were asking this morning. I think the other point that we have to understand too, in Antigua, we're coming from a high. The voter turnout in 2014 was 90%. Regionally, it's the kind of figure that's unparalleled. So the fact that 90% of Antiguans voted in 2014, and now we have a 7% increase in the number of people eligible to vote, it makes one wonder whether we are setting the bar a bit too high in terms of our expectation that we should reach those 90% targets on this occasion.
I think what's happening here, I'm not too sure.
Okay, good. You hold 1 second again, Mr. Joseph. 3 of 10 boxes. This is 3 of 10 boxes in St. John's City West. And we have Gaston Brown of the ABLP, the Prime Minister. 285 there for Prime Minister Brown. 117 for Wilmot Daniel. And only 1 for Kimmel Richards. So Kimmel Richards yet to move from 1. So that's 3 of 10 boxes. Prime Minister Brown already over double that of Wilmot Daniel. And Kimmel Richards, not a serious contender in this one. He's going to be way in the back. Prime Minister Brown with a significant advantage. Are you willing to call this one?
Yes, it is definitely going to go for the Prime Minister. If you notice, there are two politicians that I watch very closely on the political landscape is Malwin Joseph in St. Mary's North and Gaston Brown in City West. Those are the two politicians that every election since they've been in politics, they get more votes than the previous election. Now, to go back to the issue that was raised with respect to the voter turnout.
Yes.
What you can fairly say with respect to that pattern in Antigua and Barbuda is that when you have a complete registration, the voter turnout hovers between 94%, as it was in 1976, to around 90% as it was in 2004, 2014. That's the normal thing, ranging around 90%. That's the voter turnout. Then when you get to the election after that, you're going to have, you'll get a voter turnout like in 1980. You get about 77 point something percent. In the last election, 80%. And so it hovers between 80% and let's say about 77%. That is the kind of voter turnout that you're expecting in this election. It may fall slightly below that. If it falls anywhere below 75%, I would be concerned.
Wow. All right, Peter, what are you predicting for the voter turnout?
Well, no, I can't predict voter turnout. That's one of my challenges. So I'm taking the lead from the expert here, and we're saying that if it's in the around 70%. In Barbados, Trinidad, and Guyana, and Jamaica, if we were able to get a 70% voter turnout, we'd be quite happy.
Yes.
So we're in the 60s.
Absolutely.
But to add something to that, because when you look at the voting pattern in Antigua and Barbuda, for the opposition party to win, and I'm talking about, political context in Antigua and Barbuda, like PLM in 1971,
yes.
and UPP in 2004. They have to bring new people into the process. And people have to see them as something fresh. And once people see them as...
Hold that point, Mr. Joseph. Let's go to the first, the first time we're showing you what's happening in St. Philip North. The incumbent, Sir Robin Yearwood, with 3 of 6 boxes, so half the boxes counted, and Robin Yearwood 415, Sean Nicholas is 207. He is double that of Sean Nicholas of the UPP. So Robin Yearwood, with half the boxes counted there, he is well and truly in the lead, and it's actually 7 spoiled ballots in that one. Sean Nicholas trailing badly, 207, 415 for Sir Robin Yearwood. Peter?
It would be interesting to see where those boxes are coming from, because if those boxes are coming from Glanville's, that's about the best that Nicholas would do. After that, it is downhill. And so that is a seed that is clearly gone with the Antigua Labour Party.
All right. Peter?
Yeah, but St. Philip's North is also a seat that doesn't excite me tremendously in terms of trying to know where it's going to go. We're coming from a situation where the ABLP candidate held 66% of the total popular vote. And as I said, once we hit the 60% bar, the seat ceases to become interesting because it is essentially a safe seat. So we would congratulate him for being able to retain the seat, Sir Robin, and look to see what the other seats are telling us in this sense.
All right, we're going to be showing you shortly in Barbuda. Eli was particularly interested in Barbuda's situation. The latest we can tell you about Barbuda, the results coming in thick and fast here, is that Barbuda, and this is box Desu, that's DESU, to JE, Nibs 121, Francis 2, Walker 149, Thomas 0, 1 spoiled. So far, so that's Barbuda, DESU to JE, Arthur Nibs, the incumbent of the ABLP, 121. Ralph Francis, the only independent candidate in this race, 2. Trevor Walker of the Barbuda People's Movement, 149. Primrose Thomas, 0 and 1 spoiled ballot. Your results on that? Your analysis, I know you're checking, Bertrand, in terms of where those...
I'm trying to figure out where those numbers are coming from, because it seems like Mr. Walker is running pretty much ahead, but I would have to confirm the boxes that those
Okay, we're going to come back to Barbuda in a second. Alejandro is going to be joining us in a very short while, but let's look at St. Mary's North now. First time we're looking at those figures. And in St. Mary's North, Marlon Joseph, the incumbent of the ABLP 286. This is 2 of 15 boxes. Jonathan Joseph, 168. So Marlon Joseph, a significant lead there with 2 early days yet, 2 of 15 boxes, 0 spoiled ballots. So the constituents there have done a good job in marking their X's. None spoiled, 168 for Jonathan Joseph of the UPP, and significant lead for Marlon Joseph.
It is important to know exactly where that box is coming
We're going to be telling you about that shortly. Let's go to All Saints West. Michael Brown, the incumbent, 133. Lamin Newton, 107. Leon Smith of the DNA with 3. So this is the first of 13 boxes for All Saints West. Lamin Newton of the UPP, well, trailing, but not by much. 133 to 107. Leon Smith of the DNA with only 3 so far. The DNA's candidate showing the most promise has been Cornelius Jr. Vincent Vere Cornelius Jr. has been showing the most promise, and he's, of course, in St. John's Rural East. So he is polled 41. We're going to be showing you back Rural East in a short time. But this is the first time we're getting some results from All Saints West. Eli, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, but there's not many boxes, so I think that there could be a lot of changes there.
Oh, by the way, those boxes coming out of Freeman's Village, okay. Freemansville, those boxes coming from, and in fact, that box that we just told you about coming from Freemansville. What do you think now?
It's coming from Freemansville, but I would wish to know which particular box that is, because it could be it looks like it's very competitive. In the box A to J last time.
Okay, could you hold that point, please, Mr. Joseph? Let's go back to St. John's Rural North. Charles Fernandez, this is now boxes 2 of 10, so the second of 10 boxes counted. Charles Fernandez, 342. Dr. McChesney Emmanuel of the UPP, 183. Louis Rivera, 7, yet to get his 10. Who nominated him? Nigel Bascus, way off his 10 with only 1. Nigel Bascus of Missing Link Voice of the People. But Henry Charles Fernandez, 342. The ABLP's incumbent, significantly in the lead. So far, it looks like a strong lead for Charles Fernandez. Peter, we're going to come back to you, Mr. Joseph, on the numbers for All Saints West. But Peter, in terms of St. John's Rural North.
Yeah, Rural North, right. Yeah, Rural North, again, 60% going in. Looks as though Max Fernandez has been able to hold on to that lead. Already he is ahead. Yeah, he's around the same 60%. So we assume that he's doing reasonably well there. But it was the All Saints West seat that I was interested in commenting on. Can we do that now?
All Saints West. Okay, we can put back up All Saints West because we're going to just talk a little bit about where those figures have come from. The first box there, so it's a pretty intense contest there. That's the first box. Mm-hmm. So let's look at All Saints West now. That box, it's A to JON, and it's actually, as I said, A to JON. 133 for Michael Brown, 107 for Lamin Newton, 3 for Leon Smith.
That's something I'm concerned about. He's running, Newton is running very competitive there compared to the results last election. So I'll have to watch that very closely.
What was the result from that box in the last election?
It's not the same box, but from A to J it was 166 for the incumbent versus 106 for Mr. Codrington.
Yes, at the time running into
at the time,
14.
yes. So that is very competitive performance here so far.
At the constituency level, the distance was only 335 votes, which in the scheme of things is not a whole lot because the constituency has 4,000 odd people in it. So in a sense, it is a competitive seat, and it's a seat where there have been concerns about Dr. Brown's absence in some instances, and I believe that the response we have to watch for tonight will be to see whether the constituents have said, look, let's continue to invest in him. But that one is a competitive battle, and it looks as though from what we're seeing, it continues to be competitive. He has a lead, he's still in the game, but with a margin of 335 votes or 4% swing to close, something could happen in that one for the UPP if the
This is
ABLP
All
is
Saints
not
West, you're
careful.
saying?
Yeah, that's right, All
All
Saints
Saints
West.
West. Even though this is there's one box there counted so far, you're saying that there might be,
It's
for
one-
the ABLP, there might be some jitters.
There might be some jitters, and I think that's probably one of the first ones that we've actually seen where they would be concerned. But it's still early, and that could very well be reversed. But I'm saying concerned largely because of the fact that the margin that has to be closed is not big.
Okay, let's go to Barbuda. We're asking Mr. Joseph, where was that box or those two boxes coming from Barbuda? So,
Not Barbuda. I haven't looked at
Barbuda yet. Okay, all right.
But Walker seems to be running ahead. Those numbers are going up, and
yes. Let me tell you the boxes now. So A to DESO, 98 for Arthur Nibbs, 1 for Ralph Francis, 166 for Trevor Walker, 2 for Primrose Thomas of Go Green for Life. This is box A to DESO. Now in box DESU to JE, Arthur Nibbs 121, Ralph Francis 2, Trevor Walker 149, and Primrose Thomas of Go Green for Life 0 in that box. So 2 boxes in Barbuda, and we're looking 2 of 4. And as we said, Arthur Nibbs facing significant pressure there as the incumbent. Trevor Walker with a significant lead so far, leading in both boxes. So Trevor Walker has won both boxes so far, which have been counted in Barbuda.
and he's running. Nibbs is running behind the performance last election, and that is a real concern.
Because it's not a
Walker
margin.
seems to be running away.
There's no wide margin.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I think there had been some concern from the ABLP's camp about Barbuda. They were not sure how Barbuda would have gone, and I suppose these figures, Peter, are pointing to that.
Yeah, I mean, the ABLP has run a campaign in Barbuda where they have driven development. And, there's a big debate as to whether or not people are comfortable with the speed at which they're moving. Prime Minister is comfortable that they need to move at that speed because something has to be done fairly urgently. And then the hurricane comes in and it creates a level of interest. And I think that in a sense this election will help us to understand better how Barbudans see the situation going forward, and the ability to put the MP under some pressure so early in the count says a lot about how we're going. But I do not think if Barbuda is lost tonight, the ABLP would be terribly surprised.
Okay, all right. Interesting there.
I want to go
from
back
Peter
to
Wickham.
St. Mary's
Yes,
North to see where those numbers are coming from.
All right, St. Mary's North. We're going to be telling you in a very short while where those numbers are coming from St. Mary's North. As we said, looking forward to getting some more information on this. As we said, we'll be hearing in a very short while from Alejandro Robinson, who is going to be giving us more of the details, more of the information on that. But Alejandro was working overtime behind the scenes, ensuring that we get the figures in terms of where those boxes are coming from. We'll tell you a short while in terms of St. Mary's North. And that, of course, St. Mary's North, we're going to be telling you that in a very short while. You're watching live coverage, comprehensive coverage of the Antigua Barbuda Votes 2018, hashtag AB Decides 2018. And let's go now to St. John's City South. Before I come back to St. Mary's North, I can now tell you about St. John's City South. This is where the incumbent is the ABLP's Stedroy Cutie Benjamin. And in box A to W, Stedroy Benjamin, 41. Michael Burton of the UPP, 21. Kimberly Grant, 0. That's box A to W. That was at the votes were polled at the Ebenezer Methodist Church basement. Ebenezer Methodist Church basement, 8 to W, 41 for Stedroy Benjamin, 21 for Michael Burton, 0 for Kimberly Grant. Let's tell you about box A to Z, 143 for Stedroy Benjamin, 143. Michael Burton, 47. So Stedroy Benjamin, major lead there on that box A to Z. From the Ebenezer Methodist Church basement, A to Z, 143 to 47. Kimberly Grant, 1. And in the A to D, this is at the Mary E. Piggott's School. This is Mary E. Piggott's School. 107 for Stedroy Benjamin. 71 for Michael Burton. 7 for Kimberly Grant. This is at the Mary E. Piggott Primary School, A to D. Again, a significant lead there for Stedroy Benjamin. By the way, these gentlemen have said that seat is as good as called for the incumbent, Stedora Benjamin is Member of Parliament-elect. From the erudite panelists, they say it cannot be overhauled, that lead that Stedora Benjamin has. Am I right, Mr. Joseph?
He's safely in that seat.
All right, we're going to be showing you results thick and fast more. Certainly, they'll be coming in, as we said, it's around about, the time is now 9:02. The polling stations would have closed 3 hours ago, a little over 3 hours ago, but of course, counting would have started not 3 hours ago, but sometime in some constituencies much longer, much later than that, because the boxes would have had to be transported to a central location, and that's one of the concerns that ABEC has, that it wants a change in the situation. Peter Wickham would have pointed to that earlier. It wants a change in the situation where the boxes are counted at the particular polling district. Let's go on to St. John's Rural South now. This is one of the constituencies to watch, which we mentioned earlier. This is the first box of 11, the first of 11 boxes. Daryl Matthew of the ABLP 172, the UPP's Kyron Simon with 92, Erica Edwards of the DNA yet to get her 10 people who nominated her, she's now at 7. Veer Bird III running her in close proximity, he's at 6, but significant lead so far for Daryl Matthew of the ABLP, replacing Eustace Tico Lake, who did not seek re-election because of health issues. Daryl Matthew, the first of 11 boxes, doing quite well, Peter.
What's the letter?
What's the letter? We'll be telling you that in a very short time in terms of the letter for that one, but it would be the first one, and we'll tell you exactly where it's going to be coming from in a very short time.
To me, the numbers are almost the same, slightly lower. So if he maintains that, that is a seat that the Antigua Labour Party will hold on to.
Peter?
Yeah, again, it's a, almost 600 vote margin that has to be closed. Tico did well in that seat previously. He's obviously been able to transfer a good amount of his support to the new candidate, Daryl Matthew. And I also expect that he would do well, with this type of start, suggests that he's going in the same direction. It's 1,500 votes that the ABLP could have claimed on last occasion, and it seems as though he is en route to claim the lion's share of those.
Okay, just to recap for you, if you're just joining us, this is the state of play. At 9:04 on the night of the 21st of March, as the counting continues in earnest, the ABLP leading in all of the seats that we've looked at so far, except Barbuda. So certainly all of the seats on the mainland, the ABLP leading on those, and you would have heard from our panel that pretty much they would have declared at least 2 of them already in the seats of St. John's City South for Stedora Benjamin, St. John's Rural East for Maria Brown. They have said those leads that those 2 candidates for the ABLP have gotten.
And St. Philip's North.
And St. Philip's North. You've declared that to us?
St. Philip's North, yes.
Okay, all right, there you go. So he's declared a 3rd. But certainly, in terms of the other 2, by the way, you have concurrence on St. Philip's North as well, Peter?
I agree, yeah.
You agree?
Yeah.
Eli?
Yeah.
All right, so 3 seats have been declared so far for these gentlemen, even though it's early days yet into the count. Yes, Eli.
I think Barbuda is one of them.
No.
Because
We're saying with the exception of Barbuda.
Are you declaring Barbuda for Trevor Walker?
I would say yes. I would declare based upon those numbers. Yes.
The thing is,
I'm not.
I've been watching.
Okay, you're not.
I've been watching BPM campaign since the day after the hurricane, and if there were as many charismatic and strong, hard-working campaigners in some of these other parties here in Antigua as the young people who have been campaigning for BPM, the numbers might be different. Those guys never stopped. And, every day they were hitting. So I'm not surprised by what we're seeing here for Barbuda.
Interesting. And this would have been a campaign on social media?
Yeah,
or?
because, people arrived here on boats and flew to New York. People arrived here on boats and flew to England. And, here scattered around all over the place. So it was hard for any candidate to figure out how to hit their community. And so Facebook was the best way, and I didn't really see much on there from Mr. Nibs.
Interesting. So you think that in terms of the air war in a way?
Yeah, it was strong and it was
the
hard.
social media war and so on. Nibs would have been behind on that. You're saying?
I think so. Just from seeing every single day, there was something. It was a constant. And it's interesting because Trevor Walker wasn't necessarily a candidate back then. He announced pretty late in the game. So nobody was really sure who was going to be representing. So it was interesting.
All right, Peter?
Yeah, well, I mean, as I said, I'm not going near the Barbuda prediction, but I do think that the hurricane would have changed everything, and I agree, with Eli's comments about the idea.
But Peter, I disagree with you though, because you were saying earlier on that it had a lot to say about the Antigua Labour Party's development, and I don't believe that's a deciding factor in this case, because I believe my experience is that both want some development. But the reaction to what happened in Barbuda, I think, made a lot of Barbudans very sour.
All right. Let me just, gentlemen, just pause for 1 second, please, because I can give you a little bit more information now on St. John's City West. This is the constituency of Prime Minister Brown, where he's facing a challenge from Wilmot Daniel of the UPP.
And we call that one as well.
You already called that, but just an update.
To add that one.
Oh, yes, you've also called that one. City West, City South, Rural East, and St. Mary's North. These gentlemen have called
St. Philip's North.
St. Philip's North. Oh, yes, that's Sir Robin Yearwood. These gentlemen have called those 4 seats so far for the ABLP, and at least 2 of these gentlemen have called Barbuda for the BPM. Let's see what happens there. We're maintaining a conservative stance here on ABS. We're not declaring those seats yet. These gentlemen are putting themselves out on a limb. We're not yet putting ourselves out on a limb. We're not declaring those yet. We're taking a more conservative stance on this one. But so far, let me just give you the very latest that we have on St. John's City West. Box A to NY. Gaston Brown, 132. Wilmot Daniel, 54. Richards, Kimmel Richards of the DNA, 3. Rejected, 2. So that is box A to NY. And there you go. We're looking now at, as I said, 3 of 10 boxes. This was what the figure that we gave you last, but this is the very latest that we have.
And interestingly, when you look at that particular seat, the UPP candidate is running behind the previous candidate, Colin Derrick.
The UPP, okay.
Yes, at this stage, he's running behind.
All right. So let me ask you now. So having declared the seat for the ABLP's incumbent Gaston Brown, are you saying, gentlemen, that it was a flawed approach, a flawed move by Wilmot Daniel to have left his seat in St. Philip's South and to go to St. John's City West to face Prime Minister Brown?
No, but he retired from politics. And that was the point I was making when I was on the other side. If you retire from politics, then it doesn't really matter where you go. They needed a candidate to run against the Prime Minister, and he was the person that was sent. But I don't think that... I was struck when I actually spoke to Wilmot Daniel and he was taking this thing seriously, because I was thinking that he could not be seriously, leaving a safe seat, the UPP's safest seat, to go and run against the Prime Minister. But he was convinced that he was going to make an impact, but the results say something very different. I think in this instance, what you're looking to see is whether the Prime Minister will leave an elephant's footprint, which means more than 60% of the total popular vote. He has already increased. I think when I last looked at it, he had a positive swing that was in the single digits. And I think that for him would be a good thing to leave an elephant's footprint on the constituency, because if Wilmot Daniel was serious about politics, he would have stayed exactly where he was. But clearly he wanted to retire.
And what is really significant is that the UPP considered Derrick to be a weak candidate. But Daniel is now running behind the numbers that Derrick had in that constituency at this stage.
You're saying it's ironic, eh?
Yeah. Well, the last comment that Mr. Wickham made there is very interesting. It's like he wanted to retire, so he ran there. I mean, that's a real interesting way of looking at things. It's a lot of responsibility to say, okay, I want to pull out, so I'll go and run against the Prime Minister.
You think, Peter?
You really think that's what it's like? It's like suicide.
My sense is that if you were seriously interested in a career in politics, you would remain where you were, because that's a seat that you're absolutely sure you're going to win. And I think that had he been there, there would be no discussion in relation to St. Philip's South where it would be going, because he's been able to hold on to it in good times and bad. So my sense is that he wanted to give the UPP a gift, a parting gift, and he said, look, I'll do for you what nobody else seems to want to do. And I guess his challenge would have been able to do better than Colin Derrick, and it doesn't seem as though he's going to succeed in that regard either.
A political sacrifice of monumental measure, you think?
Yeah. Well done, thou good and faithful servant.
No. But then, to what end, though, would that sacrifice be? Why would that sacrifice be made anyway?
I don't know. I mean, that's the part I'm struggling with. I mean, I wonder whether it is a way of saying that, you know, you are a bigger man because you were able to do it for the party. Or I don't know. Maybe he actually thought he could win.
And that's the thing. I mean, if he won and Harold lost, then there'd be quite a, you know, it'd be pretty big news in the camp.
Well, I mean, my sense that if he wanted to lead the UPP, the time to have done it would have been after the last election, when he ended up with the seat and Harold didn't. The fact that he goes into Parliament and announces his retirement, you know, was one of the first things that he did, said to me that he clearly was not serious about continuing in politics. I'm still convinced to this day that he really does want to retire. If he was interested in the leadership of the UPP, he would not have gone about it that circuitous route. He would definitely have gone in the other direction, which is to challenge Baldwin Spencer while he was one of three in the opposition.
Amazing. All right, interesting developments in context.
We would have to look at that decision in the context of the result in St. Philip South.
That's true, yeah.
Yes,
right.
fair point. Then obviously you're saying we can't jump to conclusions yet about the wisdom or sagacity of his decision unless and until we see what happens in St. Philip South.
Agreed.
Perhaps, all right, let's see what happens. We'll be showing you St. Philip South in a very short while. But so far, again, if you're just joining us, welcome. We're on TV, on radio, online, and on mobile. Make sure that you stay with us right throughout the night. In fact, we ask that you drink some caffeine or whatever you use to stay up, because let's go to another result now, because this result is from St. Paul. The first time we're getting a result there. The first of 8 boxes. EP Chet Green, the ABLP's incumbent, 188. The UPP's Gregory Attil, 87. The DNA's Gamil Joyce, yet to get the people who nominated him. He's now on 4. EP Chet Green, out of the first box, a significant lead over Gregory Attil.
That is a seat that I expect Mr. Green to win easily. So I am not surprised.
Let me preempt you. You want to know where the box is coming, where that box came from. That box is A to CHAP, A to CHAP, EP Chet Green 188, 87 for Gregory Attil, 4 for Gamil Joyce, A to CHAP. This was polled at the Liberta Primary School in Liberta Village. There you go. How did we do from the last one? In the 2014. And by the way, we're comparing the boxes, looking at what the candidates did, especially in cases where they are incumbents.
He's running slightly ahead, and the other candidate is running a few numbers below. So he is widening that gap in that constituency.
And that box, as we said, A to CHAP. That one, EP Chet Green, a commanding, imperious lead for EP Chet Green in St. Paul. The first box there counted. Spoiled ballots, only 1. So the constituents there are doing a good job in terms of polling. So the first time we're getting a result there from St. Paul, and it's good news for the ABLP again. Are you willing to?
Yes, I reckon that seat.
You're calling it?
Yes,
okay.
I'm calling that seat for the Antigua Labour Party.
All right. So far we've gone about 5 that you've called for the ABLP.
Yes.
So shortly you'll be looking at a government.
Okay. Let's see what happens. We'll be giving you some more numbers in a very short while. As we said, as the numbers come in, we make sure that we tabulate them. We make sure that we know which box it is so that you're kept abreast. If you're also tracking and checking, as is Mr. Joseph, you can also make sure that you keep abreast of what the numbers were from 2014 and what the numbers are now. A slight change in some of the boxes because there has been an increase in the number of boxes from 164 to 172. So 8 boxes added with an increase in the number of electors. So a slight change in some of the boxes in some of the constituencies. Gentlemen, we have to see what happens in St. John's Rural West. That promises to be a humdinger. Let's watch. We haven't seen any results yet from St. John's Rural West, but when we do, we'll certainly keep you abreast and keep you across what happens in St. John's Rural West. So stay tuned. The night is young, and our coverage is expansive and extensive, so make sure that you stay with us. All right, Eli, we're going to be making a switch shortly because in a short while, Peter Wickham has to leave us, unfortunately, but he will be with us hopefully before the night ends, or should I say before the morning ends. Let me ask you, let me put you on the spot before you tell me that you have to skedaddle, Peter. What's your prediction now? You said when you spoke with me a few days ago, or probably a few weeks ago, right after the Grenada elections, you're looking at the status quo, that is 14 at least. You're saying at least the status quo and possibly more? Remind me, is that what?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, and I think I'm comfortable that that is still the reality. It doesn't look as though the DNA has made a sufficient impact to gain a seat, and even though we're not seeing Joanne Messiah's numbers yet, my assumption is that she may very well hand that seat to the ABLP, and then it seems as though Barbuda is going to go in the other direction. So we may very well end up with 3 seats on the part of the UPP/BPM, but a different 3. And that is one of the possible scenarios for tonight, but that's the one that I'm looking at. It doesn't seem as though the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party will lose enough seats for them to lose the government. And as it stands, it looks like Harold Lovell is trending towards not winning his seat. So my sense is that the UPP is not improving their showing at this stage.
All right, let's talk about our Harold Lovell on St. John's City East. We can now go back to there because there are 4 boxes counted, 2 to go. 4 boxes counted in St. John's City East, 2 to go. This is where we are with St. John's City East. Well, it's actually 7 boxes there. I'm seeing, yes, actually 7. I misled you a little bit. Apologies for that. So it's 4 of 7 boxes. Melford Nicholas, the incumbent from the ABLP, 443. Harold Lovell of the UPP, the UPP leader, 404. Melford Nicholas, a lead of 39 over Harold Lovell. Bruce Goodwin barely about to get back the 10 who nominated him. He's at 9. Melford Nicholas, therefore, maintaining not a sizable, not a significant, but in a close constituency, a lead nonetheless, 443. He is staving off at this point with over 50% of the votes counted there. Melford Nicholas, the incumbent, the momentum is with him. He's staving off the challenge so far of Harold Lovell of the UPP. Gentlemen, your thoughts. Let me start with Mr. Joseph and then Peter.
I think it will be a close contest in that particular constituency. I'm still not sure where the boxes are coming from, because the box in the last period, M2R, is where Nicholas would have been strongest. It doesn't appear to me that they have called the box.
Okay, let me tell you where the boxes are coming from. So this is, let's go look at the box A to B. This was at the Princess Margaret School, box A to B, 105 for Melford Nicholas, 87 for Harold Lovell, 0 for Bruce Goodwin, box A to B, Princess Margaret School. Then box G to JE, Princess Margaret School, 87 Melford Nicholas, Harold Lovell 112, Bruce Goodwin 2. That's the only box of 4 so far that Harold Lovell has won. That's box G to JE at the Princess Margaret School, 87 Melford Nicholas, 112 Harold Lovell, Bruce Goodwin 2. Then Princess Margaret School again, JN to MC, 128 Melford Nicholas, 87 Harold Lovell, 4 Bruce Goodwin. Then box S to Z or S to Z, depending on how you say it, 123 for Melford Nicholas, 118 for Harold Lovell, 3 for Bruce Goodwin. Mr. Joe.
It is going to be a close contest. I am not going to go out on a limb to say that Melford is going to win it, but it's going to be a very close contest that I wouldn't attempt to call at this time.
And by the way, you're looking now at the exercise, the counting there taking place in St. John's City East. We will be keeping you across the developments there in St. John's City East, but 4 of 7, 39 vote lead for Melford Nicholas, the incumbent of the ABLP. Harold Lovell, 404. Bruce Goodwin, 9. It was felt that Bruce Goodwin may have been able to make a dent. So far, negative on that. Eli?
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I think it is going to be too close to call anytime soon, but again, you know, you really want to see the leader of your party doing better if you're a UPP supporter. So it's difficult to watch, I imagine, for a lot of UPP supporters out there. Yeah. Even though it is this close, you know, you don't want it to be this close.
This is certainly where I would want to pick up, because I think it is indicative of what is happening.
Peter, just 1 second, please. Let me go to another result there. This time in St. John City South, these gentlemen have already called St. John City South, but now 50% of the boxes counted there, 4 of 8. Steadroy Benjamin, 408. He's incumbent of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. Michael Burton, 193. Kimberly Grant, she has gotten the 10 people plus bonus of the people who nominated her. She's at 16. But by far and away, Steadroy Benjamin with a lead of 408, with a polling of 408 over Michael Burton, 193. So already doubled the lead, more than double what Michael Burton of the UPP has done. Kimberly Grant, not a serious contender in this one with 16. Peter, you were saying?
Yeah, no, I was saying I want to agree with Eli that we're starting from a situation where it doesn't look good for the UPP that the leader is struggling. And I think that clearly at this stage he's struggling. If the UPP cannot improve their showing in such a small constituency and with such a narrow lead that the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party had on them in that seat, it's difficult to command leadership nationally. And I think that is, even if at this stage Mr. Double were supposed to win it by a narrow majority, which would be the case, it still says that there has not been a national improvement of the UPP across the board, which is essentially what you're looking for now. You're in a situation where you're moving from a government to 3 seats, which was a fairly crushing defeat. My thing is that you should be able to at least improve that seat count and improve your popular vote. And what this result is telling us is that that's not happening. And that, to me, is an indicative posture early on in the night.
4 of 7 boxes counted in St. John City East, and you're saying that it doesn't look good. The optics look extraordinarily bad for the UPP, that the leader is struggling so badly. Well, granted, he's trailing at this point and has always been trailing, except for 1 box, he's trailed on everything. So 3 or 4 boxes he's trailed on that. The optics are one thing. What does it do for the morale of the UPP on that one? Peter?
It doesn't help. I mean, right now, the seat the constituency that's looking best based on the results that we have is the Barbuda seat, which is not even a UPP seat, it's a BPM seat. And we appreciate there's a different dynamic altogether that's going on over there. So the morale of the organization is not good. And I suspect that as the night continues, it is going to get less good. Certainly, we have to, at this stage, talk about what is the implication of a narrow victory for our level. We're able to pull it back at this stage and win a narrow victory. And he presides over a situation where the opposition has, 2 or 3 seats. What does it say for his leadership and whether he'll be able to continue? One way or the other, I think that there are going to be some serious questions that have to be answered regarding the UPP, if the night continues like this.
Okay, let's see what happens for the rest of the night. Peter, let's go to, and gentlemen, let's go back to the results. The latest we have from St. John's Rural North. The incumbent, Henry Charles Fernandez, it is 508. This is 3 of 10 boxes. So 30% of the votes counted there. 508 for Charles Max Fernandez of the ABLP. 289 for Dr. McChesney Emmanuel of the UPP. Louis Rivera, 18. Nigel Bascus still to move from 1 of Missing Link Voice of the People. So 2 spoiled ballots in that one, but 3 of 10 boxes, 30% of the boxes counted there. Charles Max Fernandez with a commanding lead over, as I said, Dr. McChesney Emmanuel. Eli?
Yeah, I mean, that's where I grew up, on that side of Antigua, and one thing about I suppose politics now, I've been listening to Bert talk about the old days, but I mean the thing about now is, you really have to work, I think, so much harder because there's people not just turning up at a rally, there's people only using their phone to get their politics, and so or WhatsApp or whatever it is. So you really have to work, and I think some of these people who are showing a lead have worked very hard. And you can see the results. I mean, Max has been working in the community for a long time, pretty much since the last election.
Yes.
So I mean, I think he has worked harder than the other guys, and it's showing in the results.
All right. Let's. So you're not surprised at all, Eli?
I'm not surprised.
All right, Peter.
Yeah, no, I mean, and again, I'm not surprised. He was going in with a fairly strong result. Actually, I'm seeing something else coming up on
Okay,
the
there
screen
you go.
that is
There you go.
probably a little more interesting than that one.
Thank you that I didn't have to. Thank you that I never had to interject. So this one now, St. Mary's South. This is 2 of 7 boxes counted. The incumbent is Samantha Marshall of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. $2.99. $2.57 for Courtright Marshall of the UPP. Tekla Thomas, just under the 10 who nominated her. She's at 9. But $2.99 for Samantha Marshall. 2 of 7 boxes counted. And Courtright Marshall, another Marshall. The 2 Marshalls in this one.
And where those boxes come from?
All right, let me tell you where those boxes are coming from. St. Mary's South. 2 boxes, as we said, of 7. Boland's Primary School, A to E, Samantha Marshall 152, Courtright Marshall 123, Tekla Thomas 5. Boland's Primary School, this is F to J-O-N, F to J-O-N, Samantha Marshall 147, Courtright Marshall 134, Tekla Thomas 4. So in both boxes, Samantha Marshall has managed to win, but perhaps
and the numbers basically mirror what happened last time.
Okay.
So it's running along.
I mean, to me, last time she struggled a bit in the campaign, and certainly the victory was not something that we assumed would happen. And certainly when she moved ahead at the end, it still continues to be a seat that's somewhat more marginal. The fact that she's holding on and she's demonstrating, in even only 2 of the 7 boxes that have been counted, she's demonstrating a bit of a lead. I think that holds well for her. And again, I think it also says that we're not really seeing a swing towards the UPP at this stage.
All right,
I think, I mean, you know, in some elections, people lose their seats rather than the other person winning. And in my opinion, in the last election, Hilson Baptist lost his seat. So these 2 are fighting for the win.
Okay. Gila, hold that point, please. We're going to go to St. Mary's North now. 3 of 15 boxes. So this is quite a heavy one. Long night, perhaps. 3 of 15 boxes. Malwin Joseph, the incumbent of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party, 443. Jonathan Joseph of the United Progressive Party, 243. A lead of 200 votes with 3 of 15 boxes counted. 0 spoiled. Those constituents know how to mark an X. 0 votes, 0 ballots spoiled, but a significant commanding lead.
Where those votes coming from? So
there you go. St. Mary's North. Let's go on to where those boxes are coming from. As you said, 3 of 15. The first one, Jennings Primary School, Jennings Village, A to E. Malwin Joseph 160, Jonathan Joseph 86. In Jennings Jennings Primary School in Jennings Village, F to John, F to J-O-N. Malwin Joseph 126, Jonathan Joseph 82. And at the Moravian Conference Center in Cashew Hill, Malwin Joseph 157, Jonathan Joseph 75. Malwin Joseph has been able to so far lead in all 3 boxes. Double digit, he's in triple digits in all 3 boxes. Jonathan Joseph of the UPP in double digits in all 3 boxes.
It is a difficult proposition in the sense that since Mr. Joseph, Malwin Joseph, won this constituency in 1984, he has dominated in Jennings, which has been traditionally an opposition seat. It would be a UPP seat. Actually, the first real challenge in that constituency to the Antigua Labour Party was in 1965, and that constituency ran from Ebenezer all the way down to John Hughes, St. Mary's constituency held by the Honourable Carrot, the late Carrot. But Robert Hall put up a fierce fight in that constituency in Jennings because he just lives on Smith's Estate, and he was really intermingling with the people. Actually, the Workers' Voice described the struggle in that constituency as a hand-to-hand combat, it's a house-to-house. And Robert Hall was able to take Jennings from the Antigua Labour Party, and they held it until 1984 when Malwin Joseph came on the scene, and he has consistently held Jennings over the years. Even when I defeated him in 2004. And he was still climbing when I defeated him. He was still climbing. So it's a very difficult proposition to overcome.
All right. How were you able to defeat him, by the way?
Because our party was on the rise and we had to outrun him, but he was still climbing.
Maybe
the swing was with you in 2004.
well, maybe it was what I said a little while ago. Maybe Malwin lost.
And you have to beat him. It's a house to house.
You only realize that Eli took a jab at you a while ago. All right. By the way, so there we go. In terms of look at St. Mary's North, Malwin Joseph a significant lead, a lead of 200 votes over Jonathan Joseph. So two Josephs there, a third Joseph. So by the way, in 2004 it was Josephs too.
Yes.
There you go. A lot of Josephs in St. Mary's North. So it was Bertram Joseph defeating Marlon Joseph in 2004. Fast forward to 2018, and two Josephs are in the race again. Let's go on now to another one. Major development here. St. John's Rural East. We're looking at 3 of 14 boxes counted. 2 ballots point. Maria Brown of the ABLP, 442. Trevor Young of the UPP, 216. Vincent Cornelius Jr., 41. He hasn't moved from 41 since last time we spoke. Let's look at where those boxes are coming from to preempt my good friend Mr. Joseph. So look at
59. He's 59 now.
All right, okay, we just updated 59. So apologies for.
And I would just interject by saying, if the leader of the party does as well as Cornelius is doing, the UPP loses that seat over in North St. East and St. Luke.
Okay. Let's go on to, okay, let me just tell you where those boxes are coming from. St. John's Rural East, St. John's Catholic Primary, Old Road, A to B, 152 for Maria Brown, Trevor Young, 75, Vincent Cornelius, 22. C to DU at St. John's Catholic, 139 for Maria Brown, 70 for Trevor Young, 19 for Vincent Cornelius. And at St. John's Catholic, 151, this is DY to G, DY to G at St. John's Catholic, 151 for Maria Brown, Trevor Young 71, Vincent Cornelius 18, a significant lead for Maria Brown. These gentlemen have already declared the seat for Maria Brown. They're saying she's Member of Parliament elect. The wife of the Prime Minister, they say, is on way to Parliament. So that's a look at St. John's Rural East. We'll be going shortly to another constituency and tell you where those boxes are coming from. But All Saints West is all right. There we go. All Saints West. It's almost like magic. Let's look now at 2 of 13 boxes. So there's been another box finished in All Saints West. This one, close so far. Michael Brown, the ABLP's incumbent, 268. Lamin Newton, the UPP, 220. Smith, that's Leon Smith of the DNA, 12. So 268 for Michael Brown, the incumbent ABLP candidate. Lamin Newton, 220 of the UPP. Leon Smith with 12 votes there. We've gone, as we said, 2 of 13, quite a long way to go on that one. Let me tell you where those boxes are coming from, Mr. Joseph. So we're looking at Freemansville Primary School, A to JON. 133 for Michael Brown, 107 for Lamin Newton, 3 for Leon Smith. Freemansville Primary School, JOS to Y, 135 for Michael Brown, 113 for Lamin Newton, 9 for Leon Smith. Michael Brown has won both boxes so far of the 13, and it is a significant development in this one. It's one to watch. Leon Smith, not a strong contender.
What I would say with respect, Newton is running just running just slightly behind the UPP, what the UPP candidate was doing at this time in that particular constituency. But also, the same is true for Mr. Brown. He's running slightly behind his performance. So we have to watch that as it goes through.
All right, very interesting developments there. We're going to come back to what's taking place there. Let's go on to St. Philip North. And this now is Sir Robin Yearwood, 733. This is 5 of 6 boxes. 5 of 6 boxes. This is, we can declare, this is our first one that we can say definitively. We are being very conservative in declaring this. Sir Robin Yearwood returns to Parliament, Member of Parliament elect for a new parliamentary term. So Robin Yearwood, 733, a mega lead over Sean Nicholas of the UPP with just 1 box to go. So Robin Yearwood is back on his way to Parliament. Sean Nicholas failing to unseat Sir Robin in that one.
Could I ask the statistician how is she doing comparatively to the last election UPP candidate?
It looks
Because I mean, it looks
it looks like she's running behind.
Yeah.
Her performance the last time. Yes.
All right, there we go. So you're saying it looks like Sean Nicholas is behind a bit on that one?
On that.
All right. So Sir Robin Yearwood, 733. As I said, much more than double, or more than double, the votes tallied, votes polled by Sean Nicholas on the UPP. Sir Robin is, as I said, declared. We're declaring that one for Sir Robin. All right, let's go on to Barbuda now. And Barbuda it's tightened up a bit in the third box, but still a lead for Trevor Walker of the BPM. Let's go to Barbuda now. 3 boxes of 4 counted. 3 of 4 boxes. The lead has been cut a bit. So Arthur Nibbs trailing, the incumbent Arthur Nibbs trailing in Barbuda. Trevor Walker, 441. Arthur Nibbs, 341. Ralph Francis, the independent, the only independent candidate in this election of the 53 candidates who have nominated 4, Bruce Thomas 2. So we're looking at a lead of 100 for Trevor Walker with 1 box to go. This one, gentlemen?
Definitely, Mr. Walker looks like he's going to take this. Because looking at the results from last election, we're looking at 485 and 484.
Yes.
And I don't see how you could erase that at this time, the 100 in that particular constituency.
Yeah, I think it's a done deal.
Yeah, it's a done deal.
All right, so you're saying it's a done deal,
Yeah.
Eli?
Yeah,
All
I
right,
think it's a
so
done deal. But
as
I think that has pretty big implications for going forward from here as well. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in Barbuda with Trevor Walker representing the majority of the people in Barbuda.
All right, so let's see what happens with Trevor Walker, who would have applied for an interim injunction to block the vote from taking place here on the mainland Antigua. So far doing extraordinarily well against the incumbent Arthur Nibbs. That one, ABLP sources had indicated, and not just sources, but they had said publicly that of all the 17 seats, perhaps the most dicey one was Barbuda.
Yeah.
And so far the numbers have showed that Arthur Nibbs, the incumbent, trailing, and it seems on the verge of being unseated by Trevor Walker of the BPM. I'm going to be giving you some more of those numbers. Of course, all those ballots were cast at the T.N. Cronin School today here on mainland Antigua, and of course we'll certainly be keeping across. We wait with bated breath to see what happens in the final box. The final box will determine what happened. Well, not determine, but it will determine what the numbers are. But certainly it seems that it would have to be
done. It's already secured.
It would have to be a catastrophe. It would have to be a catastrophe for Trevor Walker in the final box for him to lose. And if he can pretty much maintain a decent lead or do decently in the final box, the seat is his. So Barbuda seems at this point towards the Barbuda People's Movement. Arthur Nibbs seems to have been unseated in Barbuda. All right, we're going to be going to some more figures shortly, some more stats. By the way, you would have recognized that we're missing a chair because we would have missed Peter Wickham. Peter Wickham had to leave us. We really thank Peter Wickham for staying with us for most of the night, well, for much of the last 3 hours, and it is, well, much of the last 2 hours. It has been a tremendous pleasure having Peter Wickham with us. We'll be joined in a short while by another powerful and erudite guest, but you'll be seeing that we kind of do what you call running repairs. Like when, for example, Eli would probably know this, like when you're in a race and you can't quite stop, you don't have the time to stop, you actually do running repairs. That's what we're doing. So you'll be seeing another guest shortly. Let's go on to St. John's Rural South again, because 2 of 11 boxes, 332 for Daryl Matthew. Daryl Matthew with a commanding lead over Kyron Simon of the UPP. Erica Edwards now going to 13. Veerbird the third, nipping closely at her heels. He's now at 12. 2 of 11 boxes counted. A significant way to go, but so far, if the trends are anything to go by from these two, Mr. Joseph, Mr. Matthew is doing quite well.
Yes, and he should retain that seat for the Antigua Labour Party.
All right, so that's the seat which had been occupied in the previous session of Parliament by Eustace Lake, who did not seek re-election in this course, or this turn, because he was not well. Of course, he had kidney transplant surgery, and he's been recovering from that, so he's unable to. He was unable to have sought re-election. So Darrell Matthew doing a strong job for him, and let's see what happens in that one. All right, so St. John's Rural South there. So already we've declared, as you've seen on the screen, we have declared for the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party, St. Mary's North, sorry, St. Philip North going to the Antigua Labour Party. So Robin Yearwood is on his way back to Parliament. All right, let's tell you about another one now. This is St. John's City South. St. John's City South now. It's time for us to look at the very latest on this one. This now is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes counted there. 5 of 8 boxes counted. St. John's City South. The gentlemen have already declared it. It's just a matter of how many Stedward Benjamin will win by now. He's now at 528. Michael Burton 232. Kimberly Grant 17. 5 of 8 boxes counted. 2 spoiled ballots. We now have, as we said, and we are pretty much, I think ABS declares that this seat is also going to the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party, and this makes 2 which we have declared so far for the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party, with, as we said, St. Philip North, Sir Robin Yearwood, and now St. John's City South also declared for the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. Eli?
Yeah, I mean, I think the fat lady's singing on that one. But you know, you have to give credit to DNA candidates like Kimberly Grant, because I mean, you know, it's quite brave to go up against heavyweights who've had such an incredible experience and success. So you know, I think that you got to give them credit. I think, you know, and I think that you know, they shouldn't be discouraged. You know, we need an opposition.
All right. All right. We're going to be telling you in a short while about the latest on St. John's City East. And in the final box from Polling District B is being looked at there in Polling District B. But the figures that we have so far, the last count that we have on St. John's City East is Melford Nicholas, and this is District B, ME to R, Melford Nicholas 124. Now we're looking at 5 of 7, as we said. 567. So Melford Nicholas has extended the lead over Harold Lovell of the United Progressive Party, 567. Harold Lovell 474. Bruce Goodwin 12. 5 of 7 boxes counted. Melford Nicholas, the momentum certainly with him in St. John City East. Mr. Joseph R., what do you say now about St. John City East?
Well, Mr. Nicholas is back on course, and if the results hold true to the from the last election, he should be pretty safe from here.
Okay, what were the boxes left? How did he do in those boxes, the ones that are left? Okay, let me tell you the ones that are already gone. So, and by the way, we welcome Loretta Benjamin to us here. She'll be talking with us in a very short time. Loretta, welcome. Thick and fast information. Really, really thick and fast. We'll be talking with you in a short while. Let me tell you where the boxes came from. The 5 of 7 in St. John City East. Princess Margaret Secondary, A to B, 105 for Melford Nicholas, 87 for Harold Lovell, 0 for Bruce Goodwin. At the Princess Margaret School, B to JE, 87 for Melford Nicholas, 112 for Harold Lovell, 2 for Bruce Goodwin. The only one that Mr. Lovell has won of the 5 counted so far. That was G to JE. Then there was JN to MC, 128 Melford Nicholas, 87 Harold Lovell, 4 for Bruce Goodwin. Then Princess Margaret School, ME to R, 124 Melford Nicholas, 70 Harold Lovell, 3 Bruce Goodwin. Then Princess Margaret School, S to Z, 123 Melford Nicholas, 118 Harold Lovell, 3 Bruce Goodwin. So you're looking at the grand total of 567 Melford Nicholas, Harold Lovell 474, Bruce Goodwin 12.
And those are 5 boxes.
5 of 7 boxes. The lead now, we're looking at a lead of, if my arithmetic is quite quick, as it is sometimes not, it fails me sometimes, we're looking now at 26 and 67. That's the lead of about 83 there, 93.
There's probably an additional box because my stuff from the last election results would show that there would only be one box that would be left, and that is one that Melford would win in normally. And so I am not sure what the other box is, but I think from here on in, Nicholas should have the edge going forward.
You're saying the moment is advantage Nicholas. If this were a game of tennis and they were in deuce, advantage Nicholas, or our panelists are saying, welcome Georgia. What is it, Georgia? Loretta, welcome. And by the way, tell us a little bit about yourself. All our panelists tell us a little bit about themselves so that they introduce themselves to our audience.
Okay, so my name is Loretta Benjamin. I am currently a lecturer at the Antigua State College. I've been lecturing for approximately 9 years. I am a fan of research. I'm a researcher. I do research with the Antigua and Barbuda Council on Sustainable Development. I am an avid believer in humanity and volunteerism.
Excellent. Welcome, Loretta Benjamin. We look forward to our views so far. What do you say about the results you've seen so far?
Some results are a bit on the expected side. Some seats are proving to be riveting right now. Others are proving to be, you're seeing some idiosyncrasies in voter behavior that are proving quite interesting as well.
All right, Loretta, hold a point, please, and you'll get used to us interjecting every now and again as the results come in. That's fine. Let's look at St. John's Rural North again. Charles Max Fernandez, the incumbent of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party, 680. Dr. McChesney Emmanuel of the UPP, 384. Max Fernandez extending his lead there over Dr. McChesney Emmanuel of the UPP. Louis Rivera, 24. Nigel Bascos has managed to pull another vote out of the hat there. He's on 2. 4 of 10 boxes counted. 5 ballots spoilt. We're looking at a sizable lead for Henry Charles Fernandez. Charles Max Fernandez, gentlemen, is well on his way in this one.
Certainly.
Are you willing to call it?
Yes,
You've called it already. You called it already?
Yes.
I think I'm losing track. I know the ones that you've called. I need to write them down. I need to make sure. But so far, the gentlemen have said St. John's Rural North remains in the column of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. Charles Max Fernandez, they say, is heading firmly on his way back to Parliament. We will be showing you in a very short while all the persons who have been put inside Parliament based on our figures. And by the way, the numbers from this one are, and we're going to be getting this one quickly. The producers are doing an amazing job in terms of getting this one to you in terms of where these boxes are coming from. Let me just tell you, since we're on St. John's Rural North, the boxes, the 4 which we've told you about earlier, York's Community Centre. In York's A to B, Max Fernandez 182, McChesney Emmanuel 86, Louis Rivera 7, Nigel Bascos 1. York's Community Centre C to GA 160 for Charles Fernandez, 97 for McChesney Emmanuel, 5 for Louis Rivera, and 0 for Nigel Bascos of Missing Link. York's Community Centre in York's GE to JA 166 for Charles Fernandez, 106 for Dr. McChesney Emmanuel, 6 for Louis Rivera, 0 for Missing Links, Nigel Bascos. And this is York's Community Centre, still JE to MEN, Charles Fernandez 172, Dr. McChesney Emmanuel 95, 6 for Louis Rivera, 1 for Nigel Bascos of Missing Link. And so far, the grand result, the grand total was 680 so far, 4 of 10 boxes, 40% of the boxes counted there, 680 for Charles Fernandez, 384 for Dr. McChesney Emmanuel, Louis Rivera 24, Nigel Bascos with 2. As we said, these gentlemen have already called this one for Charles Fernandez. He's on his way back to the Parliament.
Because when you look at the results, the numbers, they're basically consistent with the previous.
Okay, hold that point, please, because we can now tell you about the first box coming in from St. John's Rural West. The first of 18. This is going to be a long one. The first of 18 from St. John's Rural West. Let me tell you where, in fact, my bad, there you go. The first of 18. And this is the one that there would have been more polling stations added. 105. And this one is coming from 5 Island School, A to Y, 105 for Londell Benjamin, 138 for Richard Lewis of the United Progressive Party, Anthony Stewart of the Democratic National Alliance with 10. We're looking now at the first one on the mainland where the United Progressive Party is in the lead, 138, but it's a long way away from the end of this one, the first of 18.
That is coming from Five Islands.
Yes, Five Islands.
And that is an area in which the UPP, what's the letters?
This is A to Y. A to Y.
Yes. Well, actually, the UPP is running far behind, considerably behind with the last election. Look at the numbers. 105 for Benjamin in that box last election.
Yes.
200 for Spencer. Now Richard Lewis is 138.
Okay, so you're saying...
And that is supposed to be the strongest area.
Tell me again. So in the last election, 2014, this box was?
105 for Benjamin and 200 for the former Prime Minister.
And now we have in this box, A to Y, Five Islands School, 105 for Londell Benjamin, 138 for Richard Lewis. From the stats on the last one, from the stats from the last election, Richard Lewis of the UPP not holding the same level of advantage that he would have had. Yes, Loretta, please jump in. Anytime, please feel free to jump in.
The question then becomes, when we look at the previous boxes, is it that the ratios aren't holding up? Because then you can obviously see that it's a much lower there's a lower turnout in terms of that same area in those boxes when we look at those numbers. So you're looking at the ratios are behind as opposed to the physical numbers are behind.
Yeah, but even though we take that into consideration, it would actually put Benjamin ahead of where he was.
Right.
Because he has held the same number.
Yes, and the margin would be tighter.
So the margin is tighter. So in fact, because of the nature of that particular area, you would expect the gap to be wider.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
All right, there we go. We can now tell you about St. Philip North. All boxes counted in St. Philip North. We had already declared this one. We're saying that ABS declares, and we did so already, but with a little bit more fanfare this time, given that all boxes are counted there. ABS can declare that St. Philip North returns to the ABLP's column. Sir Robin Yearwood, firmly on his way back to Parliament, 100% of the boxes counted there, 884 to 355. A commanding win for Sir Robin Yearwood over Sean Nicholas of the United Progressive Party. Sir Robin Yearwood back on his way to Parliament. I don't think that one was in any dispute, Eli and Loretto?
Not at all.
Okay, all right. There we go. So that one in the books, as they say, one for the record books. All right, so there we go.
You have to wonder how much long he can keep on going, though.
Posterity.
I don't mean and still win. I mean, how many more years are you going to be advantaging people up there?
Well, so Robin has done well. The constituents, will tell you that he's done a good job. Let's look at this one. This one is St. John's City West. Prime Minister, by the way, these numbers have already been declared, and this seat has already been declared for Prime Minister Brown in the ABLP's column. We're looking at 4 of 10 boxes, 40% of the boxes counted. Gaston Brown, 606. Wilmot Daniel, 222. Kimmel Richards of the Democratic National Alliance, 6. We're looking now at an obvious trend developing where the Prime Minister is way and above.
And again, Daniel is underperforming compared to Colin Derrick the last election.
Excellent. All right, so let's see what happens there for the remainder of the 6 boxes there. But the trend is developing. Prime Minister Brown back on his way to Parliament as the Member of Parliament elect for St. John's City West. Wilmot Daniel, so far, has failed to create a dent in the Prime Minister's advantage there. Loretta?
This is to be expected. For me, what I wonder in terms of what is the inner workings of the party strategy that would have made him decide to leave the constituency that he was domiciled in before and decide to challenge the Prime Minister in his native constituency.
And that's the point that we had touched on earlier, Loretta. Let me ask you, what do you think? Because the 3 gentlemen who were here earlier were at pains to figure what could have led to a decision that Wilmot Daniel took to leave a strong UPP bastion in St. Philip South, and certainly for him in terms of the numbers that he got, and then to challenge the Prime Minister St. John's City West. I think the jury's out on that one in terms of what happened. I mean, what was the thought process there? What do you think, Loretta?
Definitely, I'm not in a position to speculate. I honestly think that would be that's going to be one great exit interview question when the time comes.
Now we know why she's a researcher. She's thinking about exit interviews and so on. But Will McDaniel, therefore, failing to make a significant dent in the Prime Minister's lead, the Prime Minister with a commanding lead, and is on his way back to Parliament. And we'll be joined in a very short while. As we said, we're doing a lot of running repairs here. We're making sure that we're changing, we're actually flipping some of our guests pretty quickly. You'll be meeting another powerful guest in a few seconds from now. But stay tuned for that. We continue to give you more of the numbers here. But let me just give you some of the numbers in relation to St. John's City West, where those boxes would have come from. So this is the Wesleyan Holiness Building on Bishopgate Street, A to G. And this is 156 for Prime Minister Brown, 54 for Will McDaniel, 1 for Kimmel Richards. That's at the Wesleyan Holiness Building, A to G. Then at the same Wesleyan Holiness Building, H to M, 129 for Prime Minister Brown, 63 for Will McDaniel, 0 for Kimmel Richards of the DNA. Then at the same Wesleyan Holiness Building, N to Y, 132 for Prime Minister Brown, 54 for Will McDaniel, 3 for Kimmel Richards. And then let's go over now to the other polling district, this time Villa Primary School, 1, and this is A to B, Villa Primary School, 189 for Prime Minister Brown, 51 for Will McDaniel, 2 for Kimmel Richards. In every box counted, in all 4 boxes counted there of the 10, Prime Minister Brown with a commanding, imperious advantage over Will McDaniel. We can now say a very good evening to another powerful guest of ours here. We're introducing you to them as quick and fast as the results have been coming in. We say a very warm welcome. Tell us your name, tell us about yourself.
Thank you for having me. My name is Donna Shire. Good evening to the audience. Well, I am a bit of a radio personality. I'm a farmer. I'm a bit of a call me an entrepreneur.
There you go.
Yes, it is not too much about me.
And powerful analysis can be expected from Donna. So we now have 2 women. Earlier we had 3 men. We now have 2 women. And the gentleman still with us. Mr. Joseph still with us. We now have Donna and Loretta. We're going to be going to All Saints West now. And we're going to be getting our panelists to weigh in on this one. Because in All Saints West, 3 of 13 boxes, 436. So now Mr. Brown, the ABLP's incumbent, extending his lead now over Lamin Newton of the UPP. 436 for Michael Brown, 333 for Lamin Newton. Leon Smith of the Democratic National Alliance, 14. 3 of 13 boxes counted. Michael Brown with some momentum inside, Mr. Joseph? Yes, I know you're going to ask me. He's going to ask me which boxes, where these came from. Let me just tell you quickly where these 3 would have come from. So in the Church of the Nazarene in All Saints Village, Michael Brown 168, Lamin Newton 113, Leon Smith 2. That's at the Church of the Nazarene, All Saints Village. Then we go to Freemansville School, Freemansville Primary School, A to JON, 133 for Michael Brown, 107 for Lamin Newton, 3 for Leon Smith. Then we go to the same Freemansville Primary School, but this time it's another box. This time it's JOS to Y, 135 for Michael Brown, 113 for Lamin Newton, 9 for Leon Smith. In all boxes so far, Michael Brown, the ABLP's incumbent, has led and now extending his lead, 436 to 333 for Lamin Newton of the UPP. Leon Smith, not a serious contender in this one. Donna?
I would think that is because of the time that Mr. Smith would have had to really perform on the ground and to be able to touch base with all of his constituents. And given the limited time that he would have had to work with, and knowing that third parties are not normally strong, I would say that, you know, I would have expected a little more, but I'm satisfied that at least he has pulled in some votes.
What do you think about the 2 main contenders now? This is Michael Brown, the ABLP's incumbent, Lamin Newton of the UPP. The numbers were a little closer earlier, now a more comfortable lead for Michael Brown. What do you make of that?
I still think that Mr. Newton is doing quite well. Lamin Newton is doing quite well, given that he's new and he is pulling from the ALP, obviously. I think that he's doing quite well. It's obvious that. How many more boxes would you have to go?
We have 10 more to go, 3 of 13, so quite a way to go.
Still quite a way to go.
But the numbers as they are pretty much consistent with the last election. Because Lamin might be running a little behind in some of the boxes. And so I believe if this trend continues that Brown would win easily.
Loretta?
It's interesting to note because, okay, what the thing is to watch for me in this constituency is, again, time. You cannot downplay the value of the time of that, the strategic value of that snap election. And given the fact that how much time would Mr. Newton have had to canvass, to then still, and I think it's still too close to call. I think this is a constituency to watch.
All right.
Still,
you disagree?
Lamin is performing quite well. But looking at the numbers now, I don't think this is a constituency to watch.
You don't think so?
No.
But you're not quite calling it yet?
I can call it.
You're going to call it?
Yes, I can call it.
All right. No, he's very, very straightforward with his calls.
With 10 more boxes to go, I would, yes, but I would still like us to keep a close eye on it because I think Lamin is doing exceptionally well. Okay. And yeah, so let us get to at least the next 5 boxes and see the consistency.
No, you really don't have to wait for 5 boxes. When you look at what has been happening in the particular area, and the number remain consistently the same.
Okay, let's pause for a second, Mr. Joseph. Let's look at St. Paul now, because I can tell you about the second box counted in St. Paul. This is 2 of 8 boxes in St. Paul. Let's look at the ABLP's incumbent, EP Chet Green, now extending his lead, 391 to the UPP's Gregory Attil with 172. Gamil Joyce of the DNA has now gotten the 10 people who nominated him. He's now at 10, 391 though for EP Chet Green, 172 for Gregory Attil, a significant lead. I would want to guess that Mr. Joseph is going to call this one.
Of course.
You've already called it.
Yeah.
Don, let me hear from you.
Well, I would want to know, why are you assuming that it's only his nominees that would have been voted?
No. At least he got the numbers. Just the numbers. In other words, just the numbers. In other words, even if it's not the same people, but at least he got 10.
He got 10,
yes.
And also we're talking about a constituency that is fairly big. And so, again, I believe that he would have been behind, as Ms. Benjamin said, in terms of being able to canvass the whole area given the limited time. And again, given that he's a new candidate. The DNA candidates, and when I was introducing myself, I should have said that I am a member of the DNA.
Yes.
And yeah, I think that was critical.
Well, that's wonderful.
Let me
yes, right.
Let me speak with respect to St. Paul's. This is a constituency with the Antigua Labour Party held for a considerable length of time. You know, the constituency might be different in its configuration, but if you look, you would take it back from 1946 to 2004. That's the sort of dominance. And then you had a shift in a wave, in a blue wave, and now that constituency is moving back to where it traditionally has been.
And we could, but we could basically say the same thing for almost all
Rural
of them.
North.
For many of them.
Yes.
Yes, Loretta.
Rural East is definitely, Rural East got once. Rural East is traditionally a Labour stronghold in terms of it's a consistent seat that performs well for the Labour Party. So even the results in that constituency, but let me stick a pin. I think that it is incredible that a third party has been able to garner 50-something votes, especially knowing the nature of that Rural East constituency. And I think that is something to watch. I mean, that kind of, you want to ask yourself, what's the pulse on the electorate that would allow a third party candidate to perform not well in the grand scheme of things, but well in terms of the trends that those third parties
Okay, looking at it historically, in terms of third parties in Antigua, and the third party that I would wish to point to, and I would ask Shaya to think, to say whether or not she thinks they could come up to this level. It's the APP, the Antigua People's Party, 1971. 2 charismatic, powerful people in that party.
My grandfather was one of the people in that party.
Rowan Henry, a distinguished lawyer,
yes.
Who was killed just in the double murder with him and his wife just before the election, or he would have ran in City East instead of St. Louis. and Reuben Harris, who was one of the candidates that won the in one of the 4 dual constituencies which were created in 1968. He won for the PLM, but was not chosen. He went over to the APP in 1971. And between one got 10-point-something% of the vote, and I think Rowan Henry got about 13% of the vote.
Donald? I think you're kind of ruminating on some of the figures that Mr. Joseph would have said.
Well, St. Louis is just a hard man to beat, period. He's charismatic. He's likable.
But he would not have been the candidate.
You mean had the incident haven't
happened?
But so was Mr. Ron Henry. He commanded, I was a little girl then, but he commanded just about the equal respect that Mr. St. Louis, but St. Louis would have still had that edge. But the historic stronghold that Labour Party has in City East is still pretty much there. Right? Mr. Lovell was able...
Hold 1 point,
sure.
Could you hold 1 point on the screen now is a clear indication of the fact that Melford Nicholas is on his way back to Parliament. Melford Nicholas has successfully staved off the challenge of Harold Lovell of the United Progressive Party and Bruce Goodwin of the Democratic National Alliance. Melford Nicholas, with 6 of 7 boxes counted, Melford Nicholas 691, Harold Lovell 566, Bruce Goodwin 16. Melford Nicholas has extended his lead over Harold Lovell and has won by a bigger margin, except if there is a major turnaround in the last box, which, by the way, they are now counting the final box. But Melford Nicholas, so far, obviously, it would have to take something of a catastrophic situation in the final box for him to lose in this one. Harold Lovell defeated again by Melford Nicholas, and as I said, Melford Nicholas on his way back to Parliament. Let me hear from our guests.
This is going to create some problems within the United Progressive Party now, because this looks like the end of the road for Harold Lovell's career. Who is going to lead the party? If you look at the trend historically in the country, and this is where I see that the United Progressive Party would have had a challenge. Historically, for them to have removed Byrd, several political parties had to come into being and to go under a new name. With the Antigua Labour Party, it is different. They bring in people and they're subsumed under the Antigua Labour Party. The Antigua Labour Party remains as an institution.
All right, we're going to get both of your views on St. John's City. I know you want to comment on it, but let me go now to St. John's Rural South. This one in which Daryl Matthew of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party is extending his lead. This is the 3rd of 11 boxes. Daryl Matthew 461 of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. Kyron Simon of the UPP 223. Erica Edwards 17. Veerbird III now has surpassed Erica Edwards of the DNA. Veerbird III of the Antigua Barbuda True Labour Party is now on 19. But Daryl Matthew extending his advantage over...
call that seat for Daryl Matthew.
You've already called it.
And here is a classic example of what you just spoke about, because notwithstanding that Veer is a direct blood descendant of the Byrd family, that he is still trailing way behind the candidate for the ALP, because it is a sort of entrenched behavior that we have. I mean, we have seen it, that there's sort of loyalty that the ABLP or the ALP enjoys within its institution. It is institutionalized.
It's an institution.
It is an institution.
And what really carried the UPP was the charisma of Baldwin Spencer. And that charisma has not been routinized as yet.
I would say of Lovell too.
Loretta, you can jump in. Loretta has a quizzical look at her face as if she doesn't.
But I am about to put up my umbrella because hailstones may be coming my way. Some pundits may argue that it is let me phrase this carefully. If we're going to argue about charisma, I may agree with you I know I can't agree with you that Baldwin Spencer was more charismatic than Harold Lovell. I can say that the Prime Minister Gaston Brown is absolutely more charismatic than either Harold Lovell or in terms of
I don't agree with you there.
No, but no, I think he connects with people on a different. Having dealt with him, I can tell you, I feel that he connects. There's things that would endear me, like I've seen videos of him playing football on the field with the kids in white. I mean, I have been, you go out, you see him, he's at the ladder having, you know, no free promotion, but he's at a restaurant having dinner, there's no obvious bodyguards. You could go pull a chair and have a conversation with him. And the approachability adds significantly to his likability.
All right, I'm going to come back to that one. I really want to get some more analysis on St. John's City East and Harold Lovell's political future now, given that he's pretty much been defeated again by Melford Nicholas. Let me go to St. Peter now, because St. Peter, the first results coming from St. Peter, 2 boxes counted there, and Asset Michael, 2 of 11 boxes. Asset Michael of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party, a commanding lead there, 355 to Colin Isaac, 103. Charlene Warner Samuel of the Antigua Barbuda True Labour Party with 4, but Asset Michael, a clear trend developing with 2 of 11 boxes counted. Asset Michael 355 to Colin Isaacs 103, and a negligible 4 for Charlene Warner Samuel.
And that's the consistency you can call.
We can call it, okay? All right.
We could have called that even without having an election.
Without seeing the number.
Without having an election.
Donna, you're saying we could have called that without having an election? Wow.
Just being facetious.
Wow.
But let me qualify this too, that I grew up in that constituency.
Yes.
And I understand the mindset and the historic, again, allegiance and loyalty to the ALP, I mean, way before our time.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, let me go back now to St. John's City East. And let me go back now to, as I said, they're on the final box there. And if we could just put back up that graphic again with St. John's City East, not St. Peter, but St. John's City East, because that one shows that, let me just tell you the numbers. Princess Margaret Secondary School A to B, Melford Nicholas 105, Harold Lovell 87, Bruce Goodwin 0, Princess Margaret School C to F, Melford Nicholas 124, Harold Lovell 92, Bruce Goodwin 4, Princess Margaret Secondary G to JE, Melford Nicholas 87, Harold Lovell 112, Bruce Goodwin 2. The only one that Harold Lovell would have won, that's G to JE at Princess Margaret. Let me just go quickly on the others. IN to MC, Melford Nicholas 128, Harold Lovell 87, Bruce Goodwin 4. Princess Margaret Secondary ME to R, Melford Nicholas 124, Harold Lovell 76, Bruce Goodwin 3. Princess Margaret School S to Z, 123 for Melford Nicholas, 118 for Harold Lovell, and 3 for Bruce Goodwin. A grand total of 691 for Melford Nicholas, Harold Lovell 566. And Bruce Goodwin 16. We're now 6 of 7 boxes. We await the final box, but as I said, barring a major catastrophe in that one, let's see, even if, for example, Harold Lovell were to get all the boxes in that one. All right, by the way, let's also come to the conclusion of this one. Barbuda is now in different hands. The incumbent Arthur Nibbs of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party has been unseated. It's now Trevor Walker of the Barbuda People's Movement who will be representing the Barbudans in Parliament. 558 to Arthur Nibbs' 429. Ralph Francis, the independent candidate, getting 4. Primrose Thomas getting 8. But as we said, Trevor Walker is now on his way to Parliament to represent Barbuda, unseating Arthur Nibbs. One felt that certainly the rumors we heard on the ground, the murmurs we heard on the ground have proven to be true, that Arthur Nibbs would have been unseated in this one.
But let me go back. Let me move away from Barbuda and go back to City East.
Oh dear.
But let me just congratulate Mr. Walker.
Oh yes, certainly. Yes. Congratulations is in order to Mr. Walker.
Before we go on,
yes.
Yeah.
In City East, I have a problem with the decision to run Harold Lovell in City East. Because in the Westminster system, the tradition is to run the lead of the party in a safe seat.
It should have been a safe seat for him. And it could have been a safe seat. It ought to have been a safe seat.
No, but if you look, for example, historically, when V.C. Byrd lost in Rural West in 1971, he perhaps could have gone back there and won the seat.
But he went to see the government.
But the perception in politics is a very powerful thing. And so he had to go to a safe seat. Perception is very much important in politics.
Yeah, but in this case, I think it's performance. And I think lack of performance on Mr. Lovell's part within the constituency itself is what worked against him. Because I disagreed with Benjamin in one instant that Mr. Lovell is charismatic in his constituency. He had a close bond with the people. They were with him.
Donna, let me jump in for a second. Let's go to St. John's Rural North. We can tell you when you hear that music, it means that we have new results. Charles Fernandez again extending his lead over the UPP's Dr. McChesney Emmanuel. We're looking at St. John's Rural North with 50% of the boxes counted there. We're looking at Henry Charles Fernandez has 829 and Dr. McChesney Emmanuel 507. Louis Rivera with 30. Nigel Bascos has failed to move from his 2 of Missing Link Voice of the People. 5 ballots spoiled there. 50% of the boxes counted. Henry Charles Fernandez already been called by Mr. Joseph. Let's see what happens there. Loretta, you were saying.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to Donna. My concern, now I am a bit younger, so my election memory stems only back to the early 1990s, because I'm in my 30s. But my parent, one of my father, who's into, a concerned citizen, he would have pointed out to me that back in the day, because I grew up in rural West, and I knew Baldwin Spencer running for UNDP before, so I remember what it was before the amalgamation, before UNDP, ACLM, and PLM would have merged to become UPP. And my dad said to me that in the beginning, UNDP was not actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Joseph, was not actually led by Baldwin Spencer. It was a situation where the leader of UNDP did not win his seat that he contested. And Baldwin Spencer ended up being the only opposition member in Parliament, and therefore became default leader.
No.
That's not how that happened.
He became the leader of he became the leader of opposition by virtue of being the only member in Parliament. But he won at the convention.
He won at the convention. But then can we not say, we're not having a chicken and egg conundrum, but how do you, it would be a challenge to have a leader of the party who does not have a seat. Would you say that him having won that seat and being the only person in the party that was in Parliament would have influenced or caused one to say that that would have been a factor?
We're going to jump in a little bit.
That was a major point in him.
Donna, we're going to get back to that point. We're certainly going to get back to that point. Let's go to the telephone lines now because Patrice Martin, who is monitoring the counting of the Barbuda votes, is now joining us online, and she has with her the winning candidate, the Member of Parliament-elect for Barbuda, Trevor Walker. Patrice, over to you. Hi, Patrice. Are you there?
I'm right here.
Excellent. Go ahead, Patrice.
It's extremely loud, as you can imagine, as you can expect. They've started jamming down the hill of the T.N. Kernan School. Trevor Walker just actually swamped by 3 or 4 other reporters right here, just ran across the road, but he has emerged as winner of Barbuda with a whopping 558 votes to Arthur 429. The United Progressive Party, Ralph Francis, with 4 votes, and Primrose Thomas 13. I'm just making my way across here so I can grab him quickly so that he will be able to speak to you and give you, so he can tell you in his own words just exactly how it is that he feels. You can hear the screams there from persons who would be greeting you, most definitely. But Mr. Walker is here with us. Mr. Walker, ABS Television.
Yes, hello, good night.
Hi, good night, Mr. Walker.
Yes, good night.
Hi, Mr. Walker. Yes, Mr. Walker, good night.
Could you say that again, please?
Yes, good night, and congratulations. Well, congratulations on your win. Tell us about your reactions.
I'm just telling that I'm very happy tonight that I've won this election. I've made history in so many ways. I've won all 4 boxes. That has never happened. I got over 500 votes. It has never happened. And also, I'm so happy that the people have said to the present administration that they're fed up and that they're not happy with what was provided to us. So I'm elated. The people have spoken, and I'm so happy that at least, it was a decisive win and not just by 1 vote.
What would you say would be your first order of business as the representative for Barbuda? Hi, Mr. Walker. All right, I think he's unsurprised.
Hello?
Hi, Patrice. I was. Yes.
Yeah, it's very, very, very loud here.
Yes.
It looks as if they're about to start their mini-cade, making their way from the T.N. Kernan Primary School. But everyone is there grabbing him, pulling him, as I'm sure you can imagine. But very happy Barbuda people here outside of the T.N. Kernan Primary School.
All right, thank you very much, Patrice. We'll certainly be keeping across that development as well. Thanks very much for talking with us and for letting us get a quick comment from Mr. Walker. So congratulations to Trevor Walker.
Yes, congratulations are in order.
Yes.
Indeed. Talking about congratulations, we can now formally congratulate Milford Nicholas, who has won the St. John's City East constituency. The total there, 769 to 616. 769 to Harold Lovell's 616. Bruce Goodwin of the Democratic National Alliance with 16 votes. And as we said, that would be updated in a short while. But the very latest we can tell you is that the last box having been counted, Milford Nicholas, his grand total 769 to Harold Lovell's 616. Pretty strong performance by any measure. Let me hear the ladies on that.
So that's all of the boxes now counted?
All of the boxes, all 17.
So
all 7 counted.
All 7 counted.
Yes.
Well, then congratulations again in order to Mr. Nicholas of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party.
Yes, congratulations.
Yes.
Congrats as well. And all I can say, I have three words: implications, implications, implications.
Implications and possibly what else, Loretta? Is it that elections in this case have consequences, we should say?
I wouldn't phrase it like that. I would just say now it's to watch and see how the UPP decides to regroup and how the UPP, dare I say, plans to remain relevant to the Antiguan voters in the upcoming election.
I think I would say they need to restructure. And that is something that they should have done. I mean, regroup, and I understand regroup, but I think that they need to restructure, especially the leadership. I also think that UPP need to build an ethos, need to build on a philosophy, need to build on a platform of values. And perhaps this started because they were an amalgamation of different people with different mindsets. And I think that's what the Labour Party perhaps has over the United Progressive Party, and what the DNA is in its effort to bring about first philosophies, platforms, foundations upon which you build, rather than just throwing a lot of people together from different walks of life and hoping to emerge with a solid leadership team.
Yes, Loretta.
Values voters, the reality is, then I have to ask myself, I have a conundrum in terms of, I have to check my personal privilege as a beneficiary of an elite education system. The society that I live in has afforded me certain privileges, and it shapes the way I view the world around me. The question is, are we, quote unquote, and I'm going to use this loosely, as the intelligentsia, we think of ourselves as the technocrats, and we are the quote unquote people that nature of person, quote unquote. Note I say this very loosely. Are Antiguans truly values voters, or are we loyalty voters?
We are loyalty voters.
Are we? Because values voters behave in particular ways. Values voters tend to be independent.
But all of that is a training, it's a mindset, it's an ethos, it's a paradigm that you build up as a society over time. And the UPP had a responsibility in 2004 to start to change that paradigm. And that is one of the things that I think caused their deterioration over the past.
Just before you come in,
Sure.
I'm sorry to interject again,
Sure.
Donna. Let's go back to the results. We can now tell you that in St. Peter, 4 of 11 boxes, and the lead is getting bigger by the box. It appears Asot Michael, the incumbent Antigua Barbuda Labour Party candidate, is now well and truly ahead. And as we mentioned earlier, we can all agree this one has been declared so early, but 700 to 225 Colin Isaac. Charlene Warner-Samuel of the Antigua Barbuda True Labour Party with 11, but Asot Michael, commanding performance, an imperious performance so far with just 4 of 11 boxes counted, and already he's taking the bacon.
Certainly.
Absolutely, Liz.
You're saying there was never a contest, you're saying, Donna?
But yes, there's definitely no contest. He has on his side his way of dealing with people. Like him or don't like him, he is approachable. He is someone who will help people, put himself out to be there if he has to be, and all of that. But again, outside of the candidate, it would be a tremendous challenge, a difficult challenge for any other party, whether it's UPP, the DNA. It is not going to be an easy takeover for someone to go into that constituency and eliminate the ABLP.
You're talking about over 70 years
of institutionalized behavior. Yes. Absolutely.
All right, let's look at, we're going to be looking at some other seats thick and fast now, but I just wanted to complete this discussion, at least at this point of the discussion, about St. John City East. As we said, a significant win for Melford Nicholas, especially at a time when there had been some concerns in some circles, even within the Labour Party. And there he was, by the way, looking on as the counting was taking place. There had been some, perhaps in the Labour Party, who were doubting Thomas's, who felt that he was embattled, he was under pressure, and that Lovell would have perhaps made a last-minute surge and overtaken him. So a significant performance by any measure for Melford Nicholas to have defeated him twice. But in terms,
yes, I would think, because my position on that, when I heard, is that even though he was in trouble, the party would carry him over.
Absolutely.
Because he is coming up against the leader of the other party, and he's going to be a target. And what the party is going to bring in that constituency will make the difference.
Yes.
All right. We're going to come after that. Let's look at St. John's Rural East and Maria Brown continuing to extend that lead, 555, 4 of 14 boxes. Trevor Young of the UPP, 296. And looking at Vincent Veer Cornelius Jr., 72. He's not doing badly at all, as I said, so far. We haven't seen All Saints East and St. Luke yet, which is going to be a humdinger of a contest with the leader of the DNA, Joan Messiah, in that one. Colin James of the ABLP in that one as well. And the UPP candidate is Jamal Pringle. That one promises to be an interesting contest. Owen George of Go Green for Life in that one as well. So
let me make one comment with respect to Veer Cornelius. He's running ahead of what the OND did in that constituency on the Melford. That is significant.
Definitely.
And that speaks to what we're talking about.
He's going to be a force in our politics moving forward in any merger.
Presuming he stays...
Again, you're presuming there's going to be a merger or a coalition? We're presuming a lot.
Which merger, by the way, are you talking about?
Between DNA and UPP. That's what he's saying.
You think there would be a merger?
But history, that's what the history would dictate.
Would you be mindful? Would you be amenable to a merger?
Well, I'm not the leader of the party, and neither do I think the leader of the party would make an independent decision like that. I think that should have not happened in the first place, and I think that is perhaps what is spelling the demise of the United Progressive Party, because the time was ripe for a female leader, for a new leader, for the party to have a new face, for succession planning, and sometimes when the horse has bolted, it has just bolted. I think the DNA is now poised, having made a crack, to open that crack a little wider and give the next election cycle. I don't think there will need to be a merger.
Oh, wow, that's a powerful statement. There may not need to be a merger. She doesn't think there will
I don't think
that is telling.
That's a telling statement. It's a powerful statement. Loretta?
Interestingly enough, the pre-offset, we had an interesting conversation. And one of the questions then becomes, as we go forward, Mr. Messiah, whom I respect as a female politician and as a professional. But then it becomes, do we have a Hillary Clinton-esque syndrome in Antigua, where you are qualified, you are able, but do people like you?
Do you think that's the
No, I'm asking. I'm just putting that forward. I'm not saying
I think that's a little prejudice. I think...
Let's hold that point a little bit. I like where this is going. I want to have that engaged discussion on that one. Let's go to the telephone lines now, because we can now speak with the winning candidate for St. John's City East, Melford Nicholas, who is on his way back to Parliament. A very good night to you, Minister, and a warm welcome to our broadcast. Congratulations.
No, not yet.
Hello? Hello, Mr. Nicholas?
Okay. Yes. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Nicholas, are you hearing us?
Yes, I can hear you, Garfield.
Yes, and we're saying congratulations on your victory there in St. John's City East.
Could you repeat that, I'm sorry?
Yes, I'm saying congratulations. Tell me your reactions at this point.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, and your reactions.
Well, I mean, Garfield, it's been overwhelming, simply from the standpoint that there were a lot of naysayers. There were a lot of persons who doubted the capacity of the team to pursue the victory. While we were serving in government, clearly there was a material disconnect between the representative and the constituent. And I think with the time that my opponent had on his hand, he certainly played that to his advantage. And the rumor was started that I'm not doing well in St. John's City East. But that was never going to be the case. And we set about putting our campaign together in a very shortened period of time. And we knew what we had to do. All campaigns are local, all politics is local. And we responded. And clearly, there is a great deal of love and admiration for the work that the Labour Party would have done. And that served us well in this campaign. Once we changed the conversation from the whole question of the disconnect to the programs that we would have done, both at the national level and those that we would have started at the constituency level, I think it highlighted the sullen undergarment for my opponent, because he had served 10 years in government and had served the constituency for 10 years and had nothing to show as a result of that. So altogether, I'm feeling very satisfied with the work that we have done. And in any way of looking at it, I'm also feeling vindicated, because I think it has put faith to the rumor and to all those who were operating out of fear that I would have given up the seat to Harold Lovell. That was never going to be the case. And if you know me, Garfield, you know me at a professional level now. I don't give up. And so for my team and for all the persons who came on board, this is a vindication for them.
All right, and your first order of business in a new term as MP, what would that entail?
I couldn't pick your voice up clearly.
Okay, I'm saying, what would be your next order of business as re-elected as the MP?
The background noise, sorry. Could you repeat that once more, Garfield? I'm sorry.
Sure, please. I'm saying, what would be your next order of business as the MP, re-elected MP?
Well, they're still alive.
We've lost him.
All right. Apologies there. We would have lost the minister, but obviously he would have been surrounded by a lot of jubilant supporters. And I think the buzzword that he would have repeated quite a few times there was vindication. And obviously there was an argument that he was embattled. There was an argument that he was facing some heat because he may not have had enough time to spend in the constituency, what with him being a minister, and that Harold Lovell would have had some time to make a surge. But he said vindication. He felt he's now feeling absolutely vindicated that the work has paid off. Donna.
There's a lot of voter apathy in City East. If I had a chance, Mr. Nicholas, if you're listening, congratulations on your win, and I hope that you really take care, represent the people of St. John's City East, because there are lots of things in St. John's City East that need to be taken care of. Because if I had the opportunity to ask him any questions, I'd ask him what programs are he referring to that would have caused his win. I think the voter apathy did not convert into votes for Mr. Lovell. And because, again, of the institutionalized votes for the ABLP, he was able to benefit from that. So I think both gentlemen still, if Mr. Lovell is going to continue, they have a lot of work to do. And I must say, again, because of the snap election, Mr. Goodwin just did not have that time to really bond with the people, although he lived in that constituency for about 50 years, because he's a more reserved type of person. He was more teacher, and we more know him on a national level than on a local level. Had he had that opportunity and that time that both gentlemen have, we would have seen different results.
But I have the notion that one must not wait for an election to be called to be in the constituency. Politics,
I agree,
is a full-time job where you're interacting with people all the time. You find time to interact with people, to
deal with issues.
Issues, be at their funeral, be at the activities within the community, visit people on a regular basis. So you're not just a stranger when election time.
But I find, look, just a second, I find that too much of politicians play that, be at the funeral, be at the baptism, be at the this and the that. I think you need to do the work on the ground, clean the filthy gutters, do the mosquito eradication, take care of the dilapidated buildings, introduce social programs for the young and the elderly, literacy classes. There are things that you have committees to do. You do not have to always be there, but you still have to let the people feel. Yes, don't tell me because you're so busy being a minister you can't be a representative.
All right, let's go now to some more results. We're going to come back to this discussion because we spoke earlier about St. Philip South. 1 box counted in St. Philip South, 1 of 5 in St. Philip South. And so far, Lennox Western of the ABLP, 141. This is the Methodist Church, Bethesda Village, K to W, St. Philip South. Lennox Western, ABLP, 141. Chester Hughes of the UPP, 97. Caris Barton of the DNA, 5. The first box of 5 in St. Philip South.
A2.
This is K to W. K to W. And this is 141 for Lennox Western, 97 Chester Hughes, Caris Barton, 5. And you're saying?
Chester is running behind.
Definitely. Definitely.
All right, let's see. So the surge, the momentum, clearly, even at this early stage with Lennox Western, what was the number from the last one?
K to
W.
K to W. It is not the
same one.
The same letters, but in P to W, it was 160
Daniel,
to
right?
125. Yeah.
That was Daniel, right?
Yeah.
Right. That was William of
Oh
Daniel.
no, sorry.
You're looking at
something.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. While you're looking at that one, let's go to All Saints West. All Saints West, 4 of 13 boxes. Now this one, as I said, shaping up to be a humdinger. Michael Brown of the ABLP, the incumbent, 570. Lamin Newton of the UPP, 456. And Leon Smith of the DNA, 17. 4 of 13 boxes counted, 11-point ballots there. Michael Brown continued to the lead. Let's see how that one pans out. Let me just tell you where those boxes are. All right, we'll tell you where those boxes are coming from shortly. Well, there you go. Those boxes are coming from Church of the Nazarene, All Saints Village, 168 for Michael Brown, 113 for Lamin Newton, 2 for Leon Smith. All Saints Police Station, All Saints. This is GEO to NAT. By the way, the first box was A to GAR at the Church of the Nazarene. Michael Brown leading in that one, or winning that one. All Saints Police Station, GEO to NAT. Michael Brown winning there as well, 134 to 123. The DNA is Leon Smith with 3. Then we go to Freemansville Primary School, A to JON, 133 for Michael Brown, 107 for Lamin Newton. Then we go to Freemansville Primary School, JOS to Y, 135 for Michael Brown, Lamin Newton 113, 9 for the DNA's Leon Smith. All of the 4 boxes counted, therefore, Michael Brown has led Lamin Newton of the UPP, Leon Smith of the DNA, polling 17. So we'll see how that one pans out. A small matter of 9 boxes to be counted there. Of course, I'm being
Let's go back to St. Philip South and look at those numbers.
Okay.
In that particular box, Lennox Western got 121, while Wilma Daniel got 125. So
it was very close. Okay,
yes, but
so he's taken off.
Taken off.
Yes.
Okay, all right. And by the way, so that one, just to remind you, St. Philip South, 141. This is Methodist Church, Bethesda Village. K to W, 141 for Lennox Western, Chester Hughes 97, Caris Barton 5. Let's go now to St. John's Rural South. This one, promising to be another significant one. What do we find? We're going to put that up shortly for you, but 4 boxes counted, therefore. 4 boxes of, and another 2, 4, 6, 7 to be counted. We're looking at St. John's Rural South. Otters Comprehensive School, A to JO, 172 for Darrell Matthew, 92 for Kyron Simon, 4 of 11 boxes counted. So far, Darrell Matthew was 604, extending his lead significantly more than double that of Kyron Simon of the UPP. Erica Edwards of the DNA 18, And look at this. Veerberg III extending his lead over Erica Edwards. So there's a mini contest there taking place for the third position, and Veerberg III of the Antigua Barbuda True Labour Party is now leading. All right, I know you're having, and they're having a vigorous discussion here, about the numbers. But so far, the big number there is that Darrell Matthew of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party seems to be well on his way to Parliament as a first-time member of Parliament. Elect. Let's see how that one pans out. Unless he has a major catastrophe in the boxes to come, he's on his way to Parliament.
Possible, but not probable.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Couldn't have been better said. Very, very witty indeed. All right, let's go on to St. Peter. So far, Ascot Michael doing, extraordinarily well, imperiously well there in St. Peter. And in all the boxes, he has maintained a major lead. 878 with 5 of 11 boxes. 878 for Michael Brown, for Ascot Michael. Colin Isaac of the UPP 298. Charlene Warner Samuel 13 of the Antigua Barbuda True Labour Party, 5 of 11 boxes. But this one is by far and away a major lead for Ascot Michael. And one gets the feeling it's an unassailable lead. Already it has been called. We've heard from all our panelists. This one has already been called. I think Donna quipped earlier that this one was called even before the race was run. So let's see how that one pans out for the remainder of the 6 boxes to be counted there. We're going to be getting some more results from St. Philip South. We're still to hear more from St. John's Rural West, which promises to be... okay, there you go. Rural West, I think I have it in this one. No, not yet. But we will get... in fact, we can speak to Anthony Astafan, Senior Counsel, who's on the phone. Very good night to you, Anthony Astafan, Senior Counsel. Hello, good night.
Good night to you and your guests.
Yes,
good night.
Good night.
Yes, of course. Your reaction so far to the results?
Well, of course I'm happy. What reaction could I have? I think the results are coming in as expected, and I'm quite happy with it so far.
What about Barbuda?
You must forgive me, but I never really considered Barbuda to be within the winning scope. I just felt the displacement, the disorientation, the continuous talk about Barbuda and land grab and all of these rather extraordinary stories would have had a very serious impact. And you saw the results of that tonight.
All right, and by the way, as you're talking with us as Senior Counsel, we are looking at pictures there of jubilation from City East. And this is Melford Nicholas being surrounded by a throng of jubilant party supporters, and the minister and the member of parliament elect says that the word is vindication. Any word on City East, Mr. Astafan?
I have not heard anything.
No. When I say any word, in other words, it has been declared for Melford Nicholas.
Oh, I think
reaction.
That's a wonderful win.
Yes, your reaction to it.
I am extremely happy for Mr. Nicholas, and I think that it's one of these wins in a particular constituency against a political leader of the party that means inevitably political retirement for Mr. Lovell. I mean, that's the end of him.
That's true.
And I'm very happy for Mr. Melford, as I am for all the other Labour Party candidates that are doing well. Because during the period when there was constant dialogue of the low turnout and everything else, so many different theories and conspiracies were passing around about this and that. But the thing that I'm most happy about this result, I must tell you, is that the calculated use of fabricated and fake news and false news and fabricated documents and fabricated emails and the dragging of the Prime Minister's son into this and a whole number of other matters that fall within the realm of dirty, nasty politics. I mean, some will say it was on both sides, but this is my perspective of it. I think this election result is a repudiation of that type of politics, and as I see it, And as I've spoken about it on the other radio station about what it is that the Antigua Labour Party inherited and Prime Minister Gaston Brown, where they were able to take the country today, whether it's the IMF debt or the Sandals settlement deed, or West Indies Oil or StemCorp or the various projects that are about to take off. I think the Antiguan and Barbudan voter made a deliberate decision based on what it is that was happening on the ground and what they can see and hear, and they put aside the sorts of pejorative, vindictive, personal attacks, which were in many cases based on allegations and fraudulent and forged documents.
Yes. You said this is political retirement for Mr. Lovell. Explain.
Yeah, I wish him well. I wish Mr. Lovell well.
Oh, that's very pithy on your part.
Yeah, I think Mr. Wilmot Daniel is on his way to the retirement as well.
Wow, wow. In terms of where do you see the future of the UPP, what happens hence with the UPP with Mr. Lovell losing again?
Well, what I found rather odd is that so many people that I knew were part of the UPP suddenly were not. Some were driven off. Some joined the DNA. And Mr. Lovell brought in a cadre of candidates that I really didn't think had what it took, although some of them are doing very well tonight, one or two of them, to become not just members of a political party's election team, but to be part of a cabinet. And I didn't fully understand what their political campaign was all about, except to try to denigrate the Prime Minister and his family. This thing about this evil criminal family and a 6-year-old boy want them to dead so he can have everything. I mean, that was just so beneath the pale that I felt it was the beginning of the end for the United Workers' Party. There was nothing constructive, and when you listen to the radio stations, as I do, as somebody who works with political parties and prime ministers, when you keep hearing the same old, tired, stretched out, laundered stories about this and going back to that and not coming with a credible alternative to what it is the Prime Minister and his cabinet and his party was offering the people of Antigua and Barbuda, I just felt there was going to come a time in the course of this campaign when the Antiguans were going to say, look, we're really tired of this constant negative, whether it's on Observer Radio or whether it was here or whether it was there. This is not to say that sometimes the Antigua Labour Party politicians didn't give their shot. But in between giving shots and counterpunches, they were in fact articulating what they inherited and what it is that they were presenting to the Antiguan and Barbudan people as to what we achieved and how it is that they were going to take it forward, as we say in Dominica, to the next level.
Let me ask you,
I think they had a mixed campaign.
Yes. Let me ask you finally, Senior Counsel, in terms of the turnout, what has been seen to be a low voter turnout, at least anecdotally, we haven't gotten the figures yet, but at least anecdotally it's a low turnout. What do you think? There's a view that showed that perhaps the electorate wasn't excited about the options available on the slate this time?
I would need to see the figures. My initial reaction was that was in large measure due to the fact that, look, the UPP's campaign and team and leadership this time was disastrous. And I take the point of Mr. Joseph about the charismatic appeal about Mr. Baldwin Spencer, because I thought he was charismatic too. And it could also mean that people thought, well, this thing was so bad, Labour Party was looking so strong, it didn't really make sense going out to vote. And sometimes, and it is something that I have witnessed in the Caribbean, in the OACS, however strong you may be in the polls, you could lose an election on election day through complacency, bad management, lack of proper logistics, transportation, and mobilization. And I suppose when the figures come out and the party meets and discuss the various reasons, it may well be that this turnout may have been affected by a combination of a number of the different matters that I have mentioned. Because the performance of the team so far, insofar as those who came out to vote, clearly appears to be fairly strong.
Yes. All right. Thanks so much, Senior Counsel. Really appreciate your visceral views on this matter, and we'll certainly be keeping across that development and talking with you later on. Really appreciate it. Senior Counsel Anthony Astafan there, excited about that. Let's go back to hearing more about what's happening, what has happened in St. John's to the East, the reactions to the significant win, a significant win on many levels for Melford Nicholas in that constituency, defeating for the second time Harold Lovell, the UPP political leader. We've shown you the pictures there, the jubilation, the excitement, the adulation that Melford Nicholas has been getting there from his constituents, from his diehard supporters there. We can now hear from,
I want to say that this is even more satisfying to me than the first victory. I think it is more satisfying from the standpoint that from the very beginning, the rumor had been started that we were not doing well in cities. And we always knew that we were in a pole position and that our position was strong. And I think this is a vindication of that feeling. And so to my very, very strong, organized and united team, I want to say I am blessed that I have the best organized campaign team in the entire island. And I really want to give them thanks for that. The victory is not just mine, the victory is theirs and theirs alone. Thank you very much.
All right, there you go. The MP-elect for St. John's City East, Loretta.
Let me tell you something I thoroughly enjoy about the fact that I teach and I build human capital every day. And let me say hello to my students, my career studies class, my communication studies class. They're messaging me. I have my phone. They're messaging me their comments while we're here discussing.
And they disagree with you too?
They disagree and they agree. And first thing I want to say, I want to remind all the candidates, all the MPs, all the parties, all the others, the children are watching us.
Absolutely.
They are watching the type of campaigns we want. They're watching the tactics that you use to win. We're watching how people behave and how we react, and if we are able to put our country first as opposed to our party first. That's one thing. And I think that's the new wave. The younger generation is a lot more critical. They're a lot less trusting.
Okay, could I ask you to hold 1 point? Let's go to St. Mary's South again. 3 of 7 boxes. 438 for Samantha Marshall. 397 for Cartwright Marshall of the UPP, Tekla Thomas 13 of the DNA, 438 Samantha Marshall.
Constituency
397 for Cartwright Marshall. 2 marshals are marshalling their supporters. Let's see who marshals their supporters better. Who marshaled their supporters better today? Let me just tell you where those boxes are coming from, preempting you. St. Mary's South. Well, I can tell you about, well, there you go, the 3 boxes. So Boland's Primary School, A to E, Samantha Marshall 152, Cartwright Marshall 123, Tekla Thomas 5. Then, same Boland's Primary School, F to J-O-N, Samantha Marshall 147, Cartwright Marshall 134, Tekla Thomas 4. And Boland's Primary School again, R-O to Y, Samantha Marshall defeated on that one narrowly, 139 for Samantha Marshall, 140 to Cartwright Marshall. A narrow defeat for Samantha Marshall in one of those boxes. So there you go. One box. Tell me, Mr.
That box shifted.
It shifted?
Yes. It was a difference of 19 votes in the favor of Samantha Marshall. No, it has gone to Cartwright Marshall.
All right, barely 140 to 139 on the box from Boland's Primary School, R-O to Y, Samantha Marshall. Narrowly defeated on that one, but 2-1 so far. So Samantha Marshall has won 2 of those boxes. Cartwright Marshall narrowly winning 1. 438, 397 with 4 boxes to go. Tekla Thomas of the DNA with 13. St. John's Rural North, just before I come back to the panelists on this one, St. John's Rural North, we're looking now at Henry Charles Fernandez. We're going to be putting that up for you shortly in terms of the numbers on that one. But so far he's been doing extraordinarily strongly against the UPP's Dr. McChesney Emmanuel, but St. John's Rural North, York's Community College York's Community Center A to B, 182 for Charles Fernandez, McChesney Emmanuel 86, Louis Rivera 7, Nigel Bascos 1. And by the way, Nigel Bascos has now gone on to 3. So there we go, 996 for Henry Charles Fernandez, McChesney Emmanuel 612, 4 boxes to go, 60% of the boxes counted there. Louis Rivera is now on 36, and there you go. Nigel Bascos with 3. Let's go on to City South, which we've already declared a long time ago. It's just a matter of the numbers now. How many Theodore Benjamin will get? What's the margin of victory over his contenders there? St. John City South, 1 box to go. 1 box to go in St. John City South. And it is a commanding lead, a commanding advantage for Theodore Benjamin. 779 to Michael Burton's 304. Kimberly Grant of the DNA 20. We don't even have to go through the boxes there because that one has already been declared a long time ago. Theodore Benjamin confirming the confidence that he had, the consummate confidence that he exuded when he was interviewed on this program about 5 days ago, late last week, saying that, look, it's not even ifs, buts, or maybes. It's never a question. He will win. He's going to be one of the first persons to win, and he's confirmed that confidence that he had. St. George, let's look quickly at that one. The first box has been counted so far for St. George. This is Potter's Primary School, A to CHI. Dean Jonas, 189. Dean Jonas, the incumbent of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. George Wenner, the challenger from the UPP, 106. This is the first of 13 boxes. Kelton Dalso of the DNA with 6. 189, therefore, for Dean Jonas, the incumbent, over George Wenner, 106. The first of 13 boxes counted there. This box, as we said, coming from Potter's Primary School, A to CHI. Then we can go to this is the one that we had been checking to see what's happening on this one. The next seat is going to be very keenly watched. The first box is counted there. Not this one yet. This one is pretty much a done deal. We've said it. It's a done deal. Fait accompli. But this is the one in All Saints East and St. Luke, which is a major, major watch. Listen to this one. The first box has been counted in All Saints East and St. Luke. The ABLP's Colin James, 793. That couldn't be 1 box.
No. Wow.
It must be 193. Well, nobody's saying that's a compilation.
A few boxes.
Okay, all right, that's a compilation. All right, there you go. Just want to give some real-time clarification. But this is it. This is at the J.T. Ambrose Primary School. It's a compilation, obviously. But certainly it seems like it's 1 box here. But let me see. It's not 1 box. All right, I'm getting confirmation it's not 1 box. Colin James, so far, 793. Jamal Pringle, 564. The incumbent, and I want Mr. Joseph to hear this one, the incumbent, Joan Messiah, the leader of the Democratic National Alliance, 43. Owen George of Go Green for Life, 5. Total spoiled ballots, 7. Again, those numbers. The first numbers we have from All Saints East and St. Luke. Colin James of the ABLP, 793. Jamal Pringle of the UPP, 564. Joan Messiah of the Democratic National Alliance, the leader, 43. Owen George, Go Green for Life, 5. Total spoiled ballots, 7. And just before I get my panelists to comment on those numbers, very, very significant. And we're going to be showing you a map shortly because we've declared a number of them since we showed you the map. And all but 1 have all been declared in terms of the ones that we've declared so far. All but 1 of those have been declared for the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. All right, St. John's Rural North. Again, this is, there we go. So the map is, we've declared 3, and we've been very conservative because already if we were going off the declarations of Mr. Joseph, he's already declared about 3 more, at least. 3 more?
Not more than 3.
Oh. Okay, so let's count it. We're gonna go back to the map shortly and count and tell you which ones we have declared conservatively. We're being very conservative in our declarations, but Mr. Joseph is not being very conservative at all. Anyway, so St. John's Rural North. This is 6 boxes counted there. A significant advantage for Henry Charles Max Fernandez in that one over Dr. McChesney Emmanuel of the UPP, Louis Rivera of the DNA, and Nigel Bascos managing to get 3. We showed you that a short while ago. And of course, All Saints East and St. Luke. The one to watch, we'll certainly be watching all those numbers. This is the sheet that our producers have been working and filling in those numbers, and they have been passing on those to us. It's giving you the numbers real time. So quite a bit to chew on there. Let me start with Donna, and then I come up to Loretta, and then Bertram.
Specifically with All Saints East and St. Luke, that's where you would like to start.
There you go. You could read my mind.
Well, it's an indication that Colin James will most likely take that seat. There is really no contest with the leader of the DNA, Miss Messiah, and Go Green. And I think maybe you might have mixed up the spoiled ballots and Go Green, but that's immaterial. Yeah, so I think we might, and that's just one box, right? Is that one? No, that's going to be one box in 793.
We'll tell you shortly where they're all coming from.
We need to know how many more to go.
Yes.
And what areas, did you call what areas these boxes were from? I don't think you called the areas.
We'll get back to that.
So I think we'd need to have that data for us to sort of look into it. But the trend has been set. That's what I would say for what we're seeing so far.
Let me ask you pointedly, do you think that Ms. Messiah would be able to get to flip any of the UPP votes from the last time?
Given what we're seeing now, it looks like that is going to be an uphill challenge. Yes, and there was a sentiment that it was likely to pan out the way it's looking in the numbers now. There was that sentiment.
Absolutely. All right, just before I get Loretta and Bertram on this, let me go to St. John's City West. So 50% of the boxes counted there. Gaston Brown, the Prime Minister, an incumbent ABLP candidate, 759 with 5 of 10 boxes counted. Wilmoth Daniel, 265. Kimmel Richards of the DNA, 7. The Prime Minister, we've already declared this one for the Prime Minister. He returns to Parliament, and certainly we will make a check to see the numbers that we've declared so far to determine whether or not we've reached the 9 so far, and certainly by any conservative measure, it does appear that we've already reached the 9. Yes. So the Prime Minister returns to Parliament not only as Member of Parliament-elect for St. John's City West, but from all indications, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda.
Yes,
Loretta,
I do.
Well, let me get Loretta first and then Bertram.
Okay, so after so many comments, the first thing is, are we watching history the making in that constituency that Joan Messiah has run in? It speaks to our thought process about, do people vote for candidates or do people vote for parties?
There you go. Just hold that one point.
Or policies at all.
There you go. Just hold one point. Let me go back to the screens, because we can now confirm what we already knew from earlier out, that Esther Benjamin of the ABLP has easily staved off a challenge. It is a resounding landslide win there in St. John's City South, defeating Michael Burton of the United Progressive Party. The final result after 8 boxes counted, 895 for Stedward Benjamin, Michael Burton 355, Kimberly Grant 23, point ballots 8, for a grand total, therefore, of 895 for Stedward Benjamin, a commanding lead.
And he got more than the last time, and the UPP candidate underperformed.
I was going to comment in a different way to say, I think part of the UPP's demise is a slate of candidates that they have.
Yes. Loretta?
I'm going to disagree. I'm going to disagree, and I'm going to say one of the conversations we have in our classroom when I speak to my second years, we do Caribbean studies and part of the political process and how the Caribbean, culture works, is, and we've had this discussion, a fixed date for elections may be something that bodes for constitutional reform. Because listen to me. Nobody's going. I mean, the question then becomes, who in power will do something that takes away the strategic advantage of being able to call elections? I feel like we must, and I want to be fair. And let me be clear. I am an independent in terms of I am independent. I'm not aligned to any party. I'm looking at policies. I would consider myself a values voter. And I must be, even when Mr. Astafan was speaking about the slate of candidates that was put forward, that may have been, but we must not discount the value of being able to decide when elections are, and your party has a head start preparing, because people, as we are seeing in that constituency that Joan Messiah is running in, people are voting for institutions as opposed to policies, as opposed to values. I honestly believe if UPP had more time to canvass the numbers, I'm not saying the outcome would have been different, but the ratios and leads we're looking at may have been similar.
I'm going
look
to
at
add
the history of that particular constituency.
No, that constituency in and of itself is one thing. I'm just using that as a outlier, as a canary.
You singled out the UPP, but had the DNA had some time to also canvass and have the policies entrenched in the people's thought process, because it is the DNA who has introduced that revolutionary policy position, and then the others started to go down that road.
Election date?
Not only fixed election date, or the whole policy document, lots of others. But I see
let me interject. Yeah, man, let me interject and then come back. So we've already declared St. John's City South, that is already done and dusted in the books. Stedward Benjamin returns to Parliament. But this time now, I can tell you about St. John's Rural West. St. John's Rural West is one of those seats to watch. So, where are we now with this one? 4 of 18 boxes counted. Londell Benjamin, 351. Richard Lewis, Londell Benjamin of the ABLP, 351. Richard Lewis of the UPP, 384. Anthony Stewart, the DNA, 24. Spoiled ballots, 4 of 18. Quite a way to go, but so far it's turning out to be quite an interesting contest. Let me tell you where those boxes are coming from. Temple Academy, Armstrong Road, A to C, A, 85 for Londell Benjamin, 77 for Richard Lewis, Anthony Stewart 5, 1 spoiled ballot. So, Londell Benjamin won that one, A to C, A in Temple Academy. Then there is Nazarene, there you go, Temple Academy, Armstrong Road, A to C, A, Londell Benjamin 85, Richard Lewis 77, Anthony Stewart 5, 1 spoiled ballot. A to C, A, Temple Academy. Then Nazarene Church, Grace Farm Main Road, JF to HI. This one is 75 for Londell Benjamin, 94 for Richard Lewis, 5 for Anthony Stewart. Richard Lewis won that one. JF to HI, Nazarene Church, Grace Farm Main Road. Then the Multipurpose Exhibition and Cultural Center, Perry Bay, HO to K, 86 for Londell Benjamin, 75 for Richard Lewis, 4 for Anthony Stewart. It's pretty much going a kind of seesaw contest there. Londell Benjamin winning that one. HO to K, Multipurpose Center, Perry Bay, 75 for Richard Lewis. 105, this now at 5 Islands, which we mentioned earlier. This one was the one which we mentioned first. This was the first one to have been unveiled. 105 for Londell Benjamin in 5 Islands School, A to Y. 138 for Richard Lewis, 10 for Anthony Stewart. So we're looking at 2-1 by Benjamin, 2-1 by Lewis. They are split, but so far Richard Lewis in terms of the aggregate is leading 384 to 351 over Londell Benjamin. But quite a way to go on this one. We're looking at 4 of 18 boxes counted. It's tight. All right, too early to say. All right, you're not willing to say anything about
Nothing.
All right. And if he says that, he's... if he's saying that he's not calling anything, then you know. All right, let's go quickly to this one. St. John's Rural South. Daryl Matthews, 746. Kyron Simon, Daryl Matthews of the ABLP, 746. 5 of 11 boxes counted. And Kyron Simon, 355 of the UPP. Erica Edwards, 18. Veerbird III, 33. He's extending his lead over Erica Edwards in that secondary contest in the race. So it's now pretty much the race is split in 2. Daryl Matthew and Kyron Simon and Erica Edwards and Veerbird III. That's pretty much, you have 2 races going on there. So Daryl Matthew, by far and away in the lead, 746, a significant lead with 5 of 11 boxes counted, 15 spoiled ballots. Daryl Matthew still, certainly, what we've said earlier, well on his way to winning in St. John's Rural South. Let's go on to St. Mary's South now. Samantha Marshall, 519. Courtright Marshall, 508. Tekla Thomas, 14. Spoiled ballots, 7. This one, quite close. The Marshalls are quite close indeed. Tekla Thomas of the DNA with 14 in that contest, 4 of 7.
Because if you add this is where it matters. If you add Tekla Thomas to court, right, Marshall, you've passed Samantha Marshall.
And why would you?
Do you think she?
That?
Whose votes do you think she got?
That would be a stretch for me to say that though. But I'm just saying, given the institutional nature of our voting, I would dare say, I would venture to. I'm not speculating, but the likelihood of Ms. Thomas gaining a former ABLP votes it's possible again, but not probable.
Less
All
likely.
Right. 519, a very close contest there in St. Mary's South. The Battle of the Marshalls. We'll be going back to the Battle of the Josephs in St. Mary's North in a short while. But that one was not close the last time we checked on it. Mulwin Joseph, the incumbent ABLP candidate, was far and away in the lead over Jonathan Joseph of the UPP there. It was not even a contest at the last time we checked. We're going to be checking in on that in a short while. Let's go back to All Saints West. 5 of 13 boxes counted, 686 to 586. A bit of an extension of the lead by Michael Brown now over Lamin Newton of the UPP. Leon Smith with 21. So 5 of 13 boxes counted. Michael Brown 686, Lamin Newton 586, Leon Smith 21. Are you willing to call it?
No, we still have a few boxes to go.
Yeah, we're gonna watch that.
I'm checking the ultra.
You didn't call us. You didn't call us. It's okay.
You know, I looked over and I said, well, no, he's too deep in thought. I don't think he's not willing to call this one. He's more quick on his calls whenever he calls. So this one is quite close. Let's see how well. Relatively speaking, because earlier the lead that Michael Brown had been smaller, so he has extended his lead by a bit. So let's see what happens for the other boxes left to be counted, the other 8 boxes left to be counted in that one.
Let me throw something in here to the teacher among us.
Right.
There's one thing that I have been thinking about, and I started thinking about this coming up to the 2014 elections, that I think we need a leadership institute in the region. It doesn't have to be brick and mortar, it can be virtual. And I think that I would like to see that when we process our politicians and they come before us, that we would have been certain that they would have taken certain training courses. And so that when we have them in front of us, we'd be satisfied of the qualities that they would come with, because they would have gone through this process. I want to throw that out to Ms. Benjamin.
Wow, that's that. I do think the need is there for leadership.
But for institute what processes them before we just take any and everybody and just put them up on a slate.
That would be interesting. An institute, it's something so formal in education. I am a teacher, but also I'm a firm believer in the power of education. Education transcends classrooms and courses. Maybe that is a fantastic idea, but then maybe the people who put them up to pass through those institutes also may not put themselves up for leadership positions. What I do think we need, I think what we're missing in Antigua that I saw when I was a student in Jamaica, you were able to work your way up through the party ranks to a vibrant and important and well-run youth arm. That way you can keep various voter dynamics engaged at the same time. Because when you have your vigorous youth arm, so people are running, I see the notes coming in?
Yes,
okay.
And this one, I was doing some quick checks a while ago on these numbers. Unless my arithmetic fails me, Lennox Western has won in St. Philip South.
Yes.
Lennox Western, 493 to 445. Yes. Lennox Western, yes. The St. Philip South seat has been flipped. What had been blue in 2014 is red in 2018. Lennox Western will be going to Parliament this time in the lower house of Parliament. He had been in the upper house before. Lennox Western now goes in the lower house as Member of Parliament elect for St. Philip South, flipping a blue seat to red. Chester Hughes defeated 493 to 445. Caris Barton didn't trouble the scores much, only 6. Spoiled ballots 18, so quite a bit of a spoiled ballots there. Mm-hmm. Let's see I don't know who those were intended for, but tough luck for whoever it was intended for. Even if all those spoiled ballots went to Chester Hughes, he would not have won. So Lennox Western is the winner.
No surprise.
In St. Philip South. You're saying you're not surprised, Bertram?
And also there's a school of thought that the DNA was going to be would have spoiled, be the spoiler. That's the term that was used. Clearly, this is not the case. right? Because the DNA was not able to come up with enough numbers that would clearly show that it's because of the DNA being a separate entity that is causing the UPP not to trounce the ALP.
Not enough critical mass. I want to talk to you about whether or not why the DNA wasn't able to get that. Even with it being the fledgling party formed last year, why it wasn't able to get more. We're going to talk more about that later when we're looking at the numbers. St. Mary's South, by the way, before we go to St. Mary's South, let's go to St. John's Rural East. This one is an extension of the lead for Maria Brown. And we've already called this one, certainly.
Yes.
You called this one from about 2 hours ago. Okay, and I think everybody agreed that Maria Brown is on her way to Parliament, Member of Parliament-elect for St. John's Rural East. 5 of 14 boxes counted there. Maria Brown, 687. Trevor Young of the UPP, 365. Vincent Ver Cornelius Jr. of the DNA 80. And so far, he's the best performing DNA candidate, 80 votes, and possibly with another 9 boxes to go, he could very well go into the triple figures, and likely to go into triple figures.
Yes.
The first one we've seen so far, who is likely to go into triple figures. Let's see what happens there. But that's St. John's Rural East. We're going to be going over shortly to St. Mary's South again, because there is a humdinger of a contest taking place in St. Mary's South. 4 boxes counted there. Let me tell you how those have been apportioned. Boland's Primary School, Samantha Marshall, and this is A to E, Boland's Primary School, box A to E, 152 for Samantha Marshall, Courtright Marshall 123, Tekla Thomas of the DNA 5. That's box A to E, Boland's Primary School. The numbers now still pretty much haven't moved from where we last looked at them. 519 for Samantha Marshall, 508 for Courtright Marshall, Tekla Thomas with 14, 4 of 7 boxes, Sponge Balls 7, and we will certainly be keeping across this one. But since the last time, though, we can tell you, we said that in one of the boxes, RO to Y, the Boland's Primary School, Samantha Marshall had lost narrowly on that box, 140 to 139 to Courtright Marshall. And there's another box now that Samantha Marshall, this is in Johnson's Point Health Center, and in this one Samantha Marshall got 81, Courtright Marshall 111. That one,
that's expected.
Yeah, that's expected.
Yeah, the numbers have dropped a little,
Johnson's
but
Point
that's
is traditionally.
Yeah.
all right, so there we go. So we'll continue to watch St. Mary's South. Let's look quickly at Rural South, St. John's Rural South. That's Rural East, which we've already indicated, already a done deal, a fait accompli there. But St. John's Rural South, quite a bit of interest in that one. Darrell Matthews certainly has been doing extraordinarily well in that one. And there are 5 boxes counted there. He has been leading in all 5 boxes over Kyron Simon of the UPP, Erica Edwards of the DNA, polling negligibly there. But Darrell Matthew, well and truly on his way to the Parliament as Member of Parliament-elect. 172 to 92, 160 to 63, 129 to 68, 143 to 68, 142 to 64. Those are the numbers that he's been polling over Kyron Simon of the UPP. The UPP not really being a strong threat so far in St. John's Rural South. So we're looking now at likely to be Darrell Matthew, MP-elect in that one. Quickly, St. Peter, we've already indicated that is a done deal already. It's just a matter now of tracking the numbers for the history books. In all of the boxes so far, and there have been 6 boxes counted so far, Aswat Michael, the incumbent ABLP candidate, is well and truly in the lead. 159 to 66, 196 to 37, 175 to 59, 170 to 63, 178 to 73, and 175 to 55. Aswat Michael, well and truly on his way back to Parliament as Member of Parliament-elect for St. Peter. So those are the numbers we have now. All Saints West, this one is... Let's see what is happening here. A bit of an extension of the lead?
Yes.
It looks so. Even though it's a high 600s. But let's look at this one. 6 of 13 boxes, 806 for Michael Brown, Lamin Newton with 696, Leon Smith of the DNA with 25, not doing when you compare it with the other DNA candidates, not doing very badly at all. Spoiled ballots 15, 6 of 13 ballot boxes counted. Michael Brown, 806. The incumbent ABLP candidate seeming to be staving off the challenge so far of Lamin Newton. If it continues this way, he will be back on his way to the Parliament. Any quick comments on? Let me start with you, Bertram, crunching the numbers there?
No, I would just, not All Saints West, but I want to go back to All Saints East and St. Luke.
Yes.
And I said that if Messiah got 50 votes, that constituency will change hands. You have to look at the politics in that constituency.
Say that again. If
Messiah got just 50 votes.
Just 50 votes?
Yes.
Okay.
That constituency will change hands.
Okay, interesting.
You look at the sort of momentum Colin had last election, and you look at the history of that constituency. Charles Worth Samuel had been a dominant force in that constituency. He lost that constituency to Cochrane when the PLM disintegrated in 1984. He lost by about 100 votes to Cochrane. And Charles Worth Samuel is a powerful, and it was a straight-up fight between him and Cochrane. Mm-hmm. Now you're running a candidate who is not of the caliber of Charles Worth Samuel against a candidate who is gaining momentum in that constituency, and it's going to be very difficult for him to stay far.
Bertram, looking at this, and by the way, look at this. This is how the politics should be. A warm embrace there. Both candidates were at the counting center. There you go. That is very, very good. Michael Burton of the UPP conceding defeat to the veteran Stedroy Benjamin, who returns to Parliament. A warm embrace, well, perhaps even if not warm, but an embrace nonetheless. And certainly, this now is in, I'm looking to see where this is, but jubilant supporters there. That is, so the party supporters there in the HQ or pretty much on the road? Oh, those are Stedroy Benjamin supporters there. Very, very jubilant. Well, there you go, holding his paraphernalia and his shirts and so on. So Stedroy Benjamin, not much of a contest that he faced. It wasn't a challenge really, mainly for him. He won so easily. It was a walk in the park for Stedroy Benjamin there. So supporters are jubilant, and he's addressing those supporters with their red flags. Let's look quickly, while we're looking at those pictures, at 6 of 10 boxes counted in St. John's City West. Of those 6 of 10 boxes in St. John's City West, we can tell you that Prime Minister the Honourable Gaston Brown continues to extend his lead. It is a commanding performance by Prime Minister Brown. He did say that there was pretty much going to be no contest with Wilmot Daniel, and the numbers are proving it, as you're looking at Stedroy Benjamin being embraced and being adored by his supporters there after winning easily over Michael Burton of the UPP. St. John's City South going back into the column of the ABLP, and Mr. Benjamin returning there to the Parliament. So the Prime Minister, we're going to be giving you those numbers now on St. John's City West in a short time in terms of the Prime Minister's, the challenge that Wilmot Daniel had posed to the Prime Minister turns out to have been not a challenge after all. It was pretty much a walk in the park again for the Prime Minister. 6 of 10 boxes counted. Let me just give you some numbers. 156, the Prime Minister winning in all of the boxes counted so far. There you go. 903 to 324. It's turning out to be a rout in St. John's City West. 903 to 324. Kimmel Richards of the DNA getting 10. 6 of 10 boxes counted. So with 4 boxes left, it's just a matter now of how many will the Prime Minister win by in St. John's City West. And we will be going shortly to hear more from St. John's City South.
First of all, I must thank God for this fantastic victory and these wonderful people from St. John's City South who believed in me, trusted me, and this is based on love. Love and understanding among one and all in our constituents. It is good. It is going to be a very, very heavy task to defeat Cutie Benjamin in St. John's City South. These are my people. We love each other. We care for each other it's about the love. But most above all, though, it demonstrates that this country is satisfied with the contributions of my government and that we're building this country to make it an economic powerhouse. My victory tonight is only a reflection of what is to come. And I'm certain that after the results are published this evening, the Antigua Labour Party will be returned to power to continue rebuilding our society, to make Antigua better, a better economy, better education, better health and safety. With God, all things are possible. And with these people, we shall succeed. We shall succeed and make Antigua and Barbuda great. Thank you.
All right, there you go. A rousing speech there, rousing victory speech from St. John's City South re-elected MP, Cedric Benjamin. And he has a way with words, certainly. Oh, yes. Has a way with words.
Indeed.
Quite a bit of an orator.
Here's where we're seeing again that institutionalized, almost carbon copy style of voting, where there's a hype at election time, and because people seem to be just accustomed to voting away, that regardless of what is happening, regardless of what the issues are, regardless of how attentive their representative has been or not been, they are just traditional Labour Party voters, and you could move heaven and earth. They're going to vote Labour Party.
But don't you consider it cutie to have a special touch? I mean, people's touch.
But all of that is part of the demagoguery, if you will, as opposed to being substantive, because when you need work done, I'm a farmer in that area. And
just before we continue, Donna, St. John's Rural South, the lead continues to build. This is double now, more than double. The lead for Darren Matthew of the ABLP, more than double the score of Karen Simon of the UPP. Erica Edwards, 19. Veerbird III of the Antigua Barbuda True Labour Party, 37. He continues to extend his lead over Erica Edwards in that mini contest in that one. But certainly for the big prize of Member Parliament elect, it is Darrell Matthew, 872 over Karen Simon, 420. And 6 of 11 boxes, 5 boxes to go, spoiled ballots 15. Darren Matthew, well and truly on his way as a first-time Member of Parliament in St. John's Rural South. We will certainly be keeping across that one for you. We will be looking at some of the boxes and some of the numbers in a short time. Let's look at St. George now. Another box completed in St. George. Let's tell you what we're finding now in St. George. We told you about one before, which was 189 for Dean Jonas. This is in Potter's Primary School A to CHI, 189 Dean Jonas, George Wenner 106, Kelton Dalso 6. Now we have another box, which is CHO to GI, and there you're looking at it, 2 of 13 boxes. 362 for Dean Jonas, the incumbent ABLP candidate. George Wenner, 223. Kelton Dalso, 12. Spoiled ballots, 3. We're looking at a situation where Dean Jonas continues to extend that lead in the second box, so winning on 2 boxes, but it's quite a way to go. 2 of 13 boxes in St. George, and we will be certainly seeing how the remainder of those boxes go. But in both boxes, Kelton Dalso of the DNA getting 6, and in both boxes, Dean Jonas of the ABLP, the incumbent, securing a win. So significant developments there, 2 of 13.
The numbers are consistent, and he seems on track.
All right, let's see what happens there. And St. George will be interesting. St. George will be interesting. But so far, Dean Jonas,
boxes to go.
Dean Jonas has
the way to go, but
you can see the trend.
The trend is obviously showing.
Same trend from
Dean Jonas maintaining his advantage. Momentum, Jonas. If it were a tennis match, advantage, Jonas. We'll be taking a short break in a short while and coming back with more figures. But by the way, at 11:29, we've gotten quite a bit of We've gotten quite some results.
Yes.
The results seem to be coming in faster
Yes.
this time. The
Yes.
rate seems faster.
I wanted
That's a
them
good thing.
Grenada style though.
Well,
That was ambitious.
not quite the level of Grenada, and that's partly because the boxes are not counted all at the same point where the persons voted. They're all transported to a central counting location. When we come back after this break, much more on the special edition of Antigua Barbuda Votes 2018, hashtag AB Decides 2018. If you want to hit us up on Twitter, you can always follow us on Facebook Live. Tell us your comments. We'll certainly be telling you, we'll be reading some of those comments a bit later on. But so far, the priority now is to give you more of the numbers as they come in real time. And we have backroom staff which is working extraordinarily hard to make sure that you get those numbers as soon as they come into us. And we apologize again to our panelists. Every now and again we have to interject when we're making a point, but we want to make sure that you're kept abreast of the numbers, because that's why you're tuning into us. That's partly why you're tuning into us, in addition to hearing the expert analysis of our panel. When we come back after this break, much more on the special edition of your election headquarters. Stay with us.
Numbers of...
I want to say that this is even more satisfying to me than the first victory. I think it is more satisfying from the standpoint that from the very beginning, the rumor had been started that we were not doing well in cities. And we always knew that we were in a pole position and that our position was strong. And I think this is a vindication of that feeling. And so to my very, very strong, organized and united team, I want to say I am blessed that I have the best organized campaign team in the entire island. And I really want to give them thanks for that. The victory is not just mine, the victory is theirs and theirs alone. Thank you very much.
First of all, I must thank God for this fantastic victory and these wonderful people from St. John City South who believed in me, trusted me, and this is based on love. Love and understanding among one and all in our constituents. It is good. It is going to be a very, very heavy task to defeat Cutie Benjamin in St. John City South. That's right. These are my people. We love each other. We care for each other. It's about the love. But most above all, though, it demonstrates that this country is satisfied with the contributions of my government and that we're building this country to make it an economic powerhouse. My victory tonight is only a reflection of what's to come. And I'm certain that after the results are published this evening, the Antigua Labour Party will be returned to power to continue rebuilding our society, to make Antigua better, a better economy, better education, better health and safety. With God, all things are possible. And with these people, we shall succeed. We shall succeed and make Antigua and Barbuda great. Thank you.
Antigua and Barbuda, we've heard and know what you want. Money in your hand? Yes, you can win your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes. All you've got to do is top up $20 or more for your chance. Win $1,000 daily, plus a chance at the grand prize, a cruise vacation for 4. While you wait on, top up today. Did you sell? I put fresh cash in your hand.
Under the distinguished patronage of Their Excellencies Sir Rodney Williams and Lady Williams, we feature the talented Kane Mason family in Playing to Inspire 2, also featuring renowned bass player Chichi Wanaku, founder and CEO of Chineke, the first professional black orchestra in Europe, with appearances from guest conductor Ruth Whitehead, to be held on Sunday, 1st April 2018 at the St. John's Pentecostal House of Restoration. Tickets available from Woods Pharmacy, Paperclips, Best of Books, Pink Mongoose, Crab Hole Liquors, and the St. John's Pentecostal House of Restoration. Playing to Inspire 2 in partnership with the Antigua and Barbuda High Commission London and the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. Get your tickets now for Playing to Inspire 2, Sunday, April 1st.
When play is this important, epic adventures have to sink in nanoseconds. And to truly experience unforgettable moments, you have to follow life as it unfolds. When fans are loyal warriors, the thrill of victory is a moment only savored in real time. And to taste life's finer moments, you want to explore new and unusual ways. Life happens at every moment. iNet happens faster, powering all your home entertainment needs. Join the unlimited internet life with iNet, where fast, affordable, and reliable happen together for as low as $75 per month.
Definitely excited.
What are you even talking about?
Happy Kids Clubhouse, duh!
It's happening again?
Yeah, we're getting ready for a new season. And we would love for you to get involved. So tell your mom and dad the auditions are coming up. Auntie Pato, tell them more.
All right, girls, I will tell them more. So starting today, March 12th, we're calling all children with extraordinary skills and talent to attend our casting call with me, Auntie Pato, and the gang. So come on out on March 30th and 31st from 3 to 5 p.m. right here on ABS Television and Radio. We'll be more than happy to have you. So put your special skills on display and come and join us at
Happy Kids Clubhouse, where imagination comes to life.
this is even more satisfying to me than the first victory. I think it is more satisfying from the standpoint that from the very beginning, the rumor had been started that we were not doing well in cities. And we always knew that we were in a pole position and that our position was strong. And I think this is a vindication of that feeling. And so to my very, very strong, organized and united team, I want to say I am blessed that I have the best organized campaign team in the entire island. And I really want to give them thanks for that. The victory is not just mine, the victory is theirs and theirs alone. Thank you very much.
Our live coverage continues on TV, on radio, and online. Thanks so much for staying with us. If you've been with us since we started our broadcast shortly after 8 o'clock Eastern Caribbean time, if you've just joined us, well, a warm welcome to you. I'm Garfield Burford, and we've been giving you extensive coverage. An entire team here at ABS has been working around the clock, indefatigably, to ensure that you're kept across all the developments. As Antigua Barbuda decides 2018, Antigua and Barbuda has decided 2018, and they have voted to remain with the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party, We are now going to we would have showed you those results so far. Some boxes still being counted, but certainly the overarching trend, the overall trend has been voting to stay. Just before we get more from our panelists, let me just run through some quick numbers in terms of what's the very latest on these seats that we're watching still, that are still being counted. St. Paul, EP Chet Green, the incumbent ABLP candidate, 4 boxes counted there, 4 of 8. And we're looking at the very latest now, 4 of 8. EP Chet Green, 660. Gregory Attel, 344. Gamil Joyce, 22 of the DNA. But obviously, the tremendous, significant lead for EP Chet Green, who is well on his way with 50% of the boxes counted there, well on his way to returning to Parliament as Member of Parliament-elect for St. Paul. So look there at a quick look at where those boxes are coming from. Liberta Primary School, Liberta Village, A to CHAP, 188 to 87. That's in favor of EP Chet Green. By the way, he's won all those boxes. Let's look at what he's done in box CHR to HAM, still Liberta, 203 to 85. Box HAR to LA, 176 to 83. And box LE to SAL, 93 to 89. That's the closest it has come. Box LE to SAL, 93 to 89. But Chet Green leading commandingly in that one in St. Paul, 660 to 344. And already, I don't have to ask Bertram whether or not he's called it. He's called this one a long time ago, easily for ABLP. All right, there you go. Look there now at St. John's Rural West. And St. John's Rural West, there are now 6 boxes counted there in St. John's Rural West. We can tell you the very latest on St. John's Rural West is that Londell Benjamin of the ABLP cutting into the lead of Richard Lewis of the UPP. It's now 446 to 457. Londell Benjamin on 446, Richard Lewis of the UPP 457, Anthony Stewart of the DNA 29, 5 of 18 boxes, 4 spoiled ballots. St. John's Rural West is one to watch. It is quite some way to go. This one might go well into the morning. Let's see how this one pans out. St. John's Rural North. Let's tell you that Henry Charles Fernandez, let's see how he's been doing in that one. With 7 of 10 boxes counted, 1174 for Henry Charles Fernandez. Over Dr. McChesney Emmanuel of the UPP, 711. Louis Rivera of the Democratic National Alliance, 41. Nigel Basker still on 3 of Missing Link Voice of the People, 7 of 10 boxes counted. Spoiled ballots, 9. 1174 for Henry Charles Fernandez. He's doing extraordinarily well. A commanding lead there for him. It's difficult to imagine that that lead can be overhauled. In fact, we have already declared this one. Certainly you've done that a long time ago. And this one, Henry Charles Fernandez will return to Parliament as Member of Parliament-elect for St. John's Rural North. We can now look at Rural South, St. John's Rural South, where we've been tracking the progress of ABLP's Darrell Matthew. He's now gone into the thousands, and this is now becoming a bit of a rout. 1,006 of 7 of 11 boxes, 4 to go. 1,006 for Darrell Matthew over Kyron Simon of the UPP. He's polled 478. Erica Edwards of the DNA has polled 21. Veerbird III of Antigua Barbuda True Labour Party, 38. 7 of 11 boxes. Way in the lead is Darrell Matthew. He has doubled and more than doubled, significantly more than doubled the toll of Kyron Simon of the UPP. Darrell Matthew is pretty much, this race is done and dusted. Darrell Matthew is on his way to Parliament as the representative, the MP-elect for St. John's Rural South. Let's look at All Saints West, which is much more of a contest than All Saints West. And since the last time we spoke to you on that, 6 of 13 boxes have now been counted. Pretty much those were the same numbers. That one is going to be updated in a short time. It's 806 for the incumbent ABLP candidate Michael Brown, 696 for Lamin Newton of the UPP, Leon Smith with 25, spoiled ballots 15. What in a close race would those spoiled ballots do? Interesting. It's almost like in a game of cricket when you win by 1 or lose by 1 and you remember the 1 no ball or the 1 wide that you bowled, you rue that. Well, spoiled ballots 15, it's interesting to know who those spoiled ballots were intended for and how they might play out in the end. Who knows? But Michael Brown maintaining his advantage there in All Saints West. He has not relinquished the advantage in any time. In fact, throughout the night, he's led right throughout. And just before we get more from our panelists, we can now tell you about St. John's Rural West, because that one is, let me see, so it's 3-6 still. So we're still on 6 boxes for St. John's Rural West. And we're going to be putting up shortly the numbers in terms of the aggregate for Londell T. Benjamin of the ABLP, 446 for Londell T. Benjamin, Richard Lewis 457, Anthony Stewart of the DNA 29. The numbers remain the same, 5 of 18. We'll certainly continue to watch that one. Spoiled ballots 4, but as I said, that one may go well into the morning. What with 3 more boxes added, 3 more polling stations added to that one since 2014, it's one of the ones that would have accounted for the increase in ballot boxes to 172 from 164. We welcome another panelist, another power panelist with us. And as we've done tonight, we've let our panelists say who they are and tell us a little bit about themselves. So, welcome.
Good night, Antigua Barbuda, viewing, listening audience around the region, around the world. I am Petra Williams. Of course, you know me. What does he want to know about me?
Just tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh,
that might be hard.
I'm a citizen of Antigua Barbuda by birth. I'm pleased to be here this evening, and I look forward to the analysis and discussion this evening.
Absolutely. Wonderful to have Petra Williams with us. All right, so the reaction, quick reaction to the numbers, starting with Donna and then coming up to Bertram.
With City West, Rural West?
Yes.
I would still think it's a bit close to call. I'm not going to do like Mr. Joseph and speculate or hazard a guess. We still have a couple boxes, but quite a few boxes to come in. And for me right now, it could go either way between the UPP and the ALP.
But let me ask you though, Anthony Stewart has been a long-time worker in St. John's Rural West, having worked there, notwithstanding under the stewardship at the time, working for Baldwin Spencer and being one of the key lieutenants for him in terms of his campaigning. Why hasn't he been able to, make a bigger dent in the seat?
Because here again we see the traditional party voting as opposed to voting for the candidate. And so, notwithstanding that he was very instrumental in cycles after cycles in getting the former Prime Minister, the Honorable Baldwin Spencer, elected, it doesn't seem as if he was able to do gain that same traction as a candidate of a new party. And there's been so much controversy over the new party that I think that in itself would have been a disadvantage to him. And perhaps the way he became separated from the United Progressive Party. So I think there are various issues that would affect the numbers that we're seeing now, in addition to the shortened space of time, because I think that would be the overarching and what we will see affecting all of the DNA candidates. The DNA candidates definitely needed more time to build a relationship, if you will, with the constituents, opposed to just canvassing. Canvassing is something you do to test your pulse, to gauge you, to see where you're at that point in time when you're going to the polls. But prior to that, you need that history, you need that relationship, you need that familiarity with your constituents. It's a relationship business.
Petra, what do you make of the numbers so far? Your introductory remarks and what you've seen so far in terms of the numbers.
Before I go to the numbers in their broadest sense, I'd just like to take up on something that Donna mentioned about DNA, that they would have needed time to get familiar with the voters. I found the strategy generally for the DNA quite poor in terms of this unveiling of one candidate at a time, because each time the other candidates were left, it meant that they didn't have the time to begin to go out and canvass, unless they were canvassing off the record before. So to my mind, if in terms of the strategy, general strategy, the parties being unveiled, 2 years before the election? The election is a 1.5 years before, right?
Roughly,
so say 2.5 years before. I would think that for me, 2.5 years out from an election, as a general strategy, I would not be one candidate a month or every 6 weeks going on the road. It would have been important for me to get my candidates On the ground, they're new faces, new bodies, on the ground and ready as soon as possible. So to me, in general, notwithstanding the particularly short time for this particular campaign, I think that DNA was taking a bad approach, generally. Wait, hold on, let me finish. That's one thing. Second thing, though, as regards the numbers in general, I think my one surprise would have been that I was anticipating and hopeful that we would have had a larger turnout. However, Jerry Asker, my child, you win. I have to say that publicly. When he did his analysis a few weeks ago, he said to me that if the country is going to vote for ALP, it's going to come in, the percentage is going to be about between 78 and 83%. And it seems as if that's where we're holding. So in terms of his view was having looked at the data, and I agreed with him, I was putting his leg, but having looked at the data, and for the record, I don't know if it was mentioned earlier, but the numbers for Antigua as a nation voting, we are consistently higher than most of the other Caribbean countries. I don't know if you've looked at that already, but that's something that I don't know if you have, right?
We've touched on it.
So I have a number of the countries, I have a number of the islands that we can look at their data. So even though we are, according to us, lower than usual, we are trending about 10% lower than last election, a little about 6% lower than 2014. 2014. No, we are 10% off 2014. We are about 6 to 7% off 2009, which is when UPP was retained. The bottom line is that the numbers are in keeping with when our country returns an incumbent to power for Antigua. If you look from the 70s coming up, if you look at the historical data, we're seeing that consistency. I would admit I was a little surprised with that Lennox was able to pull it off. I thought that with that ding dong, that Chester might have possibly held on to that one. But everything else pretty much seems to be going the way I anticipated. I note with interest, as usual, that a third party is able to hold some attention in Rural East via Mr. Cornelius. That is not a DNA peculiarity. That has happened before with OND, right? So that's not something new there. So generally, in terms of how the numbers are playing out and the votes are going, and I must say that as I had predicted, I'm looking for 1,000 votes difference between ALP and UPP, ABLP, and UPP in City West. But beyond that, the trend is pretty holding, pretty much. City West.
City West. Okay, yes. 1,000. Okay, let's go back to the screens now for another result or an updated result. This is St. Paul. And now 5 of 8 boxes counted, so over 50% of the boxes counted there. Chet Green, the EP Chet Green, the incumbent ABLP candidate, by far and away in the lead there. 830 to Gregory Attles, 456. Camille Joyce on the DNA with 26. So EP Chet Green, which Bertram has already called for EP Chet Green, but 3 more boxes there to be counted. EP Chet Green seems well on his way to returning to the Parliament as the representative for St. Paul, and except, as I said, barring a miracle or barring some sort of major unforeseen development, EP Chet Green will be returned. Your point, Bertram.
I wanted to pick up on something that Petra said with respect to the voting patterns. It is basically, when you look at the, I made that point earlier, when you have a new register, the turnout is normally 90% or above. The election following that, it ranges between historically, 77% to 80%. And so it is anticipated that this election would fall within the same range. And so I'm not surprised in terms of what is happening here today. What would be interesting is that at the end of the is how many votes that the UPP will receive at the end of the counting, because they have been declining since 2009. And if that trend continues, it is going to be a very difficult cycle to break.
I didn't get your view, Peter. You weren't here when we touched on it. St. John's to the east, Harold Lovell, the leader of the United Progressive Party, failing again to win in St. John's to the east, being convincingly defeated by Melford Nicholas there. Whither the future of Harold Lovell and the UPP, given what has happened there in St. John's to the east?
I think we can separate it into 2. For Harold Lovell, it's easy. Given his tenure in politics, and where the party's at now, I think the best and only choice for him actually would be to resign as leader of the party. But he chooses to stay. I think that's the best in the interest of the party, because what the party is clearly going to be needing, given the trend we're going at is now, is either the party rebuilds and works on rebuilding its base, its institutional base, or that the party would then go the way of opposition parties in past times, where we'd have to look to see maybe perhaps, Donna, bear with me, maybe perhaps it would be time, an ideal opportunity for Joanne to walk back through and retake the reins.
Really?
Yes, I think that I'm putting it on there. I've said so more than once that I think that, and we can use the example, if we go regional for examples, we can use the example of Bruce Golding. When he left the Jamaica Labour Party, went on his own, didn't fare very well.
The National Democratic Movement.
The National Democratic Movement, yes.
Democratic National Alliance.
When he did that, and he didn't do very well, but the party, Jamaica Labour Party, didn't do well either. And he eventually returned as the crowned prince. In this case, it will be the crown princess. I think that is an option that is available for UPP. And the main reason why I say that is, if you look at the UPP, even before today, when you look at UPP, the party, look across the leadership, unless there's someone very fresh and very new that is going to emerge out of the party in the short term, well, I guess they have the medium term, because I don't think the Labour Party is likely to go and call another 3-year election. I think we're going to see a full 5-year this time. But unless there's a room for a new person to emerge out of the United Progressive Party as it is now, and I'll say this, some of the other women who could potentially have emerged stayed very gun-shy this cycle. They were very gun-shy, they surfaced and then went back gun-shy. And I'm saying that for the record because you notice, for example, one female candidate, she declared and then she left and came back in time to be very visible. I'm not using visible, very visible in the campaign. So I suspected that had UPP won, you would have seen someone like her emerging as one of the powerhouses in the party. So now, having dodged facing the people, is it now an opportunity for, to try and emerge, or is it time that Joanne, having done what she had to do, gone out and show that she can shake up the place a little bit to come back and move right back into the powerhouse?
Hold that point, Peter. We're going to get Donna to respond to that because that's interesting. And Donna is going to weigh in on it. Perhaps Donna was kind of ruminating on what Peter was saying a bit there. Let's look at St. Peter now. Asset Michael, as I said, that's a done deal a long time ago. 8 of 11 boxes counted. Asset Michael, 1,335 to Colin Isaacs, 414. Charlene Warner Samuel of the Antigua Barbuda True Labour Party, 31. But Asset Michael of the incumbent Antigua Barbuda Labour Party candidate is by far and away in the lead. It's just now a matter of the academics in terms of the actual numbers that he will get. It's now only, as I said, an exercise for the statisticians to determine for the record books, not for the record books, but for the books, for the history books in terms of what he'll get there. I want to get back, before I go to some more numbers, I want to get to Donna and what she thinks about what Peter has said. That possibly it's a window of opportunity now, with Harold Lovell certainly beleaguered with a second defeat to Melford Nicholas in St. John's City East. Perhaps it's a window of opportunity for a certain Joan Messiah to re-emerge in the United Progressive Party as a leader. And she referenced that there's precedence for it, with Bruce Golding leaving the Jamaica Labour Party, forming his own third party, the National Democratic Movement, the NDM, and then didn't do well. In fact, he lost his own seat in St. Catherine Central, and then going back over and some sort of rapprochement that was declared with the Jamaica Labour Party, and eventually became leader and prime minister. What do you think about that?
I would like to eliminate the prefix "re" from emerge and say that Joan Messiah has emerged as a leader in her own right. Also, I wanted to respond when Peter started talking about if we had... No.
Oh, okay.
If the DNA, let me interchange DNA with the leader, Joan Messiah, that if she had 2 more years to launch her candidates apart from launching them drip, not taking into consideration that it is very difficult to get people to leave their comfort and their safety to come out to represent, to be representatives with all of the sullying of the names of representatives. And she has not mentioned that the DNA is not even a year old. So to be able to come forward with a slate of candidates who are reputable, who are professionals, some are new, fresh and dynamic, some not so young. I mean...
Some has-beens that needed to stay as has-beens.
Pardon?
Sorry, carry on.
And anyway, but I think having at least made a showing in the 2018, I don't think there's any going back for Joan Messiah to the United Progressive Party to try and fix that. They will have to fix that with there's a term that she didn't use. She called them gun-shy. The former prime minister had another term for those people. But what would be important to see, though, is how the women of the United Progressive Party, in particular, step up to the real, face the music, get out there and rub shoulders and feel some perspiration and knock on some doors and do the work. And it is the people within the United Progressive Party who did the work, who are no longer with the United Progressive Party, because it failed to nurture those people under the big tent. And so it is going to be in a very difficult situation to heal itself, and I don't think that John is going to be that doctor.
Oh. Interesting. Let me ask you, before you comment further on it, Bertram, what do you think? Do you think you'd have heard Petra say, look, perhaps the most opportune decision, suitable decision for Harold Lovell to make would be to resign in the interest of the party. Do you agree?
I'm not sure at what point she was indicating that he should retire.
Okay, but
because
hold one point, Bertram. Let's go back to the, we've just had some numbers there. Let's go back to St. John's Rural South. Daryl Matthew, 1,112. This is after 8 of 11 boxes being counted. 1,112 for Daryl Matthew of the Antigua Barbuda Labour Party. Kyron Simon of the United Progressive Party, 573. Erica Edwards, 23 of the DNA, and Veerbird III of the Antigua Barbuda True Labour Party, 42. So 8 of 11 boxes, 1,112 for Daryl Matthew. Kyron Simon, 573. It is pretty much now all over by the shouting. It's now a matter of the numbers that Daryl Matthew will win by, and he will become the Member of Parliament elect for St. John's Rural South, keeping that constituency in the column, the winning column of the ABLP. Of course, it was represented in the last parliamentary term by Eustace Lake, who did not seek re-election because of health issues. But Daryl Matthew, his first time of asking, doing a pretty good job. You can continue.
Yeah, it is interesting because obviously there's some issues within the UPP. It is the first time in the history of the party that they haven't called a biennial convention when it was due. And I'm not even too sure that they had taken the proper procedural steps to defer it. And actually, you can only defer it in the biennial year. And when we had such challenges in the past, what you normally do is to hold the biennial convention in parts, where you call it within the constitutional time, and then you defer a particular portion of it. And so there's some fundamental issues that are taking place within the party, because I don't think that some people understand the culture of the party and adhere to the basic tenets of governance within the party, which you can transfer into governance of the country. And those are issues that have to be reconciled. It means now that you're going to have to call a convention pretty soon. And if you call a convention, I can't see an automatic transition of leadership at the next convention.
You see, the other thing we have to remember with the United Progressive Party, it is not now just an amalgamation of UNDP, PLM and ACLM. It now has an OND factor in it. It is... Okay,
hold that point, Donald. Let's go now to tell you that the new development in St. John City West. Wilmoth Daniel of the United Progressive Party has conceded defeat with 2 boxes to count. No prizes for doing that, because everybody knew that it was all over by the shouting from a long time ago. But Wilmoth Daniel formally conceding defeat with 2 boxes to go. There you're looking at some images of Wilmoth Daniel there. As we said, pretty much that's it for him. Wilmoth Daniel, is he driving out into the political sunset there? Is that it for him? I mean, and by the way, we were
looking at it. We were saying we were going to look at it in the context of St. Philip's South.